Hello, welcome to the course. I'm glad you're here. Today, what I'm going to teach is one of my favorite demonstrations of all time. This is one of the first things I ever came up with. There's videos of me doing this in the 2000s. Not only that, but it's got a lot to offer. It's something that is quite easy to learn. Once you learn it, you have it forever. It's really easy to remember. No special scripts, nothing like that. All it needs is the human mind and body to pull off. Now, on top of that, I think of this as one of the perfect ways to practice a way of performing that's authentic and it's magical. Now, I want to start strong by showing you exactly what this is before we get into any of the information. So in the next video, you're going to see exactly what this demonstration is, psychic surgery, and then you're going to learn a little bit about how I'm planning to teach it and how you're going to be able to take this right off the video and start to perform it for yourselves. Okay, so invisible scalpel. This is a little bit weird, could be a little uncomfortable. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. So I'm just gonna take this and I'm gonna cut open your arm right here. Okay. And I'm going to open it up. And I'm gonna take out your muscles. I'm gonna need an invisible. No. Yeah, could you? Yeah. Don't move your hands though. Okay. Really important. Okay. We take out the ligaments and tendons, put them right here. Okay. Okay. And I'm going to take out the bone. Sorry. Put that there. Yeah, right? And hold on. You take out this brick and you open your hand. Put in, oh, sorry, not over you. Put it inside of you. There. You feel that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Put in another brick. And I'll put in another brick and we can sew this back up. There. How's that arm feel?
Yeah. Like I can move it, but it's weird.
Yeah, well, there's bricks in it. So
That's so weird.
Get him out of me.
Okay. Thought you said you were cool with all this. I don't know. I don't know what you believe in.
Cutting, it's the bricks that are bothering.
Got you. Oh yeah. Should have asked.
Yeah.
Important.
You didn't ask me if I'm okay with bricks.
Okay, all right. Well, we could try, you know what, we don't need these for now. Take that, put this back in here. Take this guy out. And actually I could go, how are you about iron bars? Cool with that? Cool?
We could try it.
All right, let's see. So let's put this guy in here. Feel that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna sew this back up. How's that feel? Oh man.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, well, feel her arm. You don't feel her arm, you're busy. Feel her arm. Feel how tight that is.
Wow.
Hold on. I can see it.
It's so weird.
All right, let's take this. Sorry. There. Take that out.
So cool.
We're back in, yeah. I'll sew this up for you. Although,
Muscles back.
well, we could go a little step further first if you want. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna leave a little space there because I've got, like I said, this gets a little weird.
Okay.
You can guys come around here. I've got a little microchip here.
Okay.
Don't be too worried about it. It's not about control. It's really about connection. Put this chip in here. Sew this up, and here. Gonna switch that guy on. There. There. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You see that? Yeah. You see that, right? Watch. See what happens if I start to move my pinky. What does your pinky want to do? Yeah. Weird, right?
No.
So weird.
Do you want to stop? You can stop anytime.
Do it again. Do it again.
Okay.
Something else.
Ready? Yeah. Wait. It's a little weirder. Watch. If I start to move my thumb. Oh, it's shaky. Weird. Oh.
This is so weird.
I could like not move it also. It's just like
Yeah.
what it wants to do.
Wait, but here. Let's hold it here. What if I start to... You feel that coming up a little bit?
Are you?
Watch.
Holy.
We're one brain.
I just got back to Canada and have seen for the first time some of all of the footage from the psychic surgery product, and I hadn't intended to have like an extra video added, this one that I'm doing right now, but I'm gonna do it because I had a few thoughts now looking back after a couple months, specifically because this is a different kind of approach than many people are used to. And as I was going around the world the last couple months showing people a bunch of things, including psychic surgery, the feedback I often got was, well, this is fantastic, but people aren't gonna get it. Or even that the level of expertise required to do this is very high. And I'm going to push back on that two ways. And essentially, this is my biggest worry and my biggest hope for this product. The biggest worry is that I've been informed that there's this idea that there are things in the mystery arts that are simple and things that are complicated. Simple things are like sleight of hand, and you kind of start there, and then maybe you move to mentalism, maybe you move to suggestion and hypnosis and all that kind of stuff, and then the great beyond. I just have to say that hasn't been my experience. I learned it the other way around. In fact, kind of like all over the place. I know that's true of a lot of other people too, and I think that's just a myth. I think that what I'm going to show you is really natural and really easy, but the expectation that it's hard can get in the way. I've even gone out and I've just shown this to muggles, and I've been like, here's how this works, here's how you can do it, and they pick it up like that. And I absolutely believe that can be you too. And I guess that brings me to my biggest hope about this product, which is that maybe you get to see it a little bit the way I do, that there is no crazy mind power thing that you have to do perfectly right to create these results. The fact is that there's a crazy mind power thing going on all the time inside of our heads and between us, and we usually don't see it going on. And what we're really doing with this in this project is we're tapping into that. We're asking people, inviting people to play in this space that they're not used to playing in, but is actually really natural and really easy. The reasons it works, rather than being some kind of trick you should be ashamed of, are actually better. Make it more impressive, more magical. But you don't actually have to know those reasons. They are written there. Well, they're mirrored. They're written in that book if you really need to know why, but you don't need to know why. This is this beautiful little case in point showing what is possible when we connect with somebody else. We offer a little way to play, and we create a magical space where anything can happen. In the next few videos, what you're going to see is me doing psychic surgery with a variety of people. There's people, these are just people we walked up to on the street. There's no setup or anything, just to be clear, just so you can kind of get in your heads what is the context. And we just go up, we essentially say, do you want to see something interesting? Do you want to see something weird? Drive into it right like that. Nobody said no of the ones we talked to, so there's no like stuff that's cut out for you to, you know, not be able to learn from. And we get all kinds. We get some who are like super up for it. We get a couple who are clearly, they were hanging at the sides, clearly there to kind of like challenge, you know, not super overtly, but you'll watch how I handle that. We have somebody whose English is a little bit weak, and you get to see how I handle that too. In any case, that all happens. Then we go out to Salem, Massachusetts. We go out to see Chris Bolter, who has a beautiful studio space up there. Well, he has actually 2 theaters in one building. It's fantastic. Jake, who masterminded this whole thing, basically just called up Chris and was like, hey, I got a guy with me and you really want to see what he's doing, but we're gonna film, is that cool? Yeah, and so he didn't know what he was getting into, so you get to experience it for the first time with him and then learn it along with him. What I hope psychic surgery is this little window into this crazy possibility, this way of stepping past our limitations and thoughts about what we can do with people, and understanding that actually there's this huge open space where you can show up just with yourself, just with this little knowledge of how to bend a reality in this tiny way that can snowball and become so much more. Yeah. I'm gonna shut this off, take it out. Take that out. That back in.
Just gonna run away with all the muscles.
Yeah, I don't, you're the most important job here. All right, I'm gonna open this back up.
How does that happen? How is that a thing?
Well, you see, once you make enough space in here, you can fit in some bricks. You can fit in a bar. It's pretty straightforward.
The bar was weird. It's like
Okay, so what do we got? We got our.
ligaments and
I'm gonna start with the bone first. Yeah, makes sense. Sorry.
sense, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that.
Nice.
And ligaments and tendons.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And we'll put in the muscles.
Muscles.
They're important.
So back up.
And so this guy back up. Okay, break that off.
That's it. We're good.
Yeah, how's that feel?
That was do me next.
Yeah, you want to?
Yeah.
Exact same thing.
You got anything? Yeah,
Okay, so let's start by just diving into the effect and the performance and the experience, and then afterwards we can pull it out, talk about it. Sound good?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I can tell you a bit more of the story after, but this is essentially based on. Do you know those little games that kids play from like 8 to 12-ish? Like crisscross applesauce. Do you remember this? Yeah, light as a feather, stiff as a board. So one thing that I've noticed, and what we saw yesterday when we were out filming, is you say that to anyone, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that." Yesterday we did it with people from Italy, from Israel. I've done it with people from Brazil, Mexico, all around the world. People remember that they played these little games as a kid. And so I'll tell you a little bit about how this where this came from, but I want to start out just by showing it's almost like a little riff on the games we play as kids, but with a twist that I think opens sort of the possibility of how our minds work and what else might be possible. Sound good?
Down.
Okay. So let's scooch up next to each other. I usually do this standing, so I haven't done this sitting in a while.
Okay. You want me to take my watch off?
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Let's make sure I got everything I need here. Yeah. Okay. So let's start with this. This is a little bit weird. Is that okay?
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
Let's do it.
Strange. So have you seen one of these before?
No.
No. So this is an invisible scalpel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How are you with like injections or cuts? That kind of.
Not too bad.
Yeah. Drawing blood. Do you tend to?
Yeah, it's fine.
Fine. You look
Fine.
away, or do you?
No, I'm usually pretty good with needles.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So if you're cool with it, I'm gonna use this scalpel. I'm gonna
Okay.
cut you open. Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right. Cool. So let's start like this. Actually, I'll get you your elbow up a little
Okay.
bit because we want some space under.
Yep.
I'm gonna take this and tell me if it's too uncomfortable.
Okay.
But I will cut your arm open like this. Yeah. I can tell you're a little tense. You relax. It's cool. Yeah. I'm gonna open up the skin here. Okay. Nice. I'll even take out your bone here. Sorry about that. And the ligaments and the tendons, muscles. There we go. Whoop. Hope that wasn't anyone too close to you. You knocked over an urn.
Okay.
And we'll get these bricks back in there. There we go. There it is. And one more brick. Sew this guy back up. There. Okay. Now, here. How's that feel?
Very heavy. Heavy.
Give that a little lift and see how it feels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard.
And just for comparison, lift this guy.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Here, I'll help you with that. I'll open this up. And take this brick out. Take this brick out. And there we go. Get that brick out. Feeling a little more normal, I hope.
Yeah.
Not too normal.
Yep.
No bone.
A little loose.
Yeah, a little loose. You're good at yoga right now.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take this iron bar.
Okay.
Mind if I do a little insertion here? Yeah.
Yeah, it's still
Okay. So just put that. Hold on. Oh, kind of tight.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Put that bar in there. Sorry, it's a little uncomfortable.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. I'll sew this back up. Put that off. How's that feel?
Straight. Very,
Very straight.
very tense.
Yeah.
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 And let's compare with this guy.
Yep. No. Yep.
Okay, so you got an itch. What arm are you going to use?
It's a good question. If it's
If it's
Yeah.
anywhere,
Yeah.
but your hand. Okay.
yeah, I'm not easily doing that.
Yeah, right? Oh. That's crazy, man. All right, so let's open this up. And sorry, this part's a little uncomfortable.
It's all right. Oh.
There,
Right.
that guy back. And we'll sew you up here. That one looked a little unpleasant. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah.
Very weird.
You want to take it up a notch?
Okay.
Okay. For this one, I'm going to have you scooch a little this way so I can get closer to you. It's always a little weird operating upside down. I'll do my, oh yeah, give you a lefty.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Okay. Open that back up. And just going to do this to connect your arm to mine. Here we go. Hold on a second. It was a little weird angle here.
Yep.
Make it work. Okay. And you'll see when I switch this on. Here, there. Okay. There, good.
Yep.
Now, yeah. So just let's both relax a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now here's the crazy thing is once we get this going, just notice if I lift my arm.
Mm-hmm.
Watch your pinky.
Okay.
And when I move my pinky, do you see what? Right? It's crazy. And take that a bit further.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yep.
Because if I just move over here and we keep that connection and I just move up, what is?
Yeah.
Right to the camera. Interesting, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what if, yeah, this, here, I'm gonna, yeah, that's strong. All right, relax back down. I'll get this out of you. I'll turn it off first. Get this out of you. Take that. And sew this up for a moment. How's your hand feel?
Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird. Okay, but yeah, strange.
Strange because something strange happened, but
Yeah.
also strange because it's missing something.
Right.
What's it missing?
It's the bone, right?
But the bone, it's
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
responsible surgeon, I'm
Yeah.
gonna take this. I'm gonna cut you open here. And yeah. And we'll take your bone and we'll put that back in. Tendons, your ligaments, and your muscles. And we will sew this back up, snap that off. How you feel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. It feels normal.
Feels normal, which is weird now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It feels, yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't leave anything in there.
I don't think so.
I'll worry about that.
No, we're good.
Okay. Cool. So plenty more we could discuss or add in there, but that's the basic version of it. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was bizarre, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, it was very, very strange. Almost
Yeah.
dreamlike. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was weird.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Do you mind describing to the camera your experience? Just so we,
Sure.
yeah, just get on the inside a
Like
little.
what it felt like? Or,
Yeah, what was it like?
It, at first was, it took a couple of seconds to really get into it.
Yeah.
You know, it was kind of like, all right, what's happening?
Yeah.
To really, to like kind of let your guard down a little bit, as you can
Yeah.
tell I was tense.
Yeah.
Tense. And once we relaxed a little bit, I relaxed a little bit. It just kind of took over. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
It was very surreal at first. Like when you did the first cut and did the bricks, I could feel my arm dropping down.
Yes.
You know, like you were putting bricks in there.
Yes.
That was the whole. Yeah. It was crazy. Crazy.
Yeah.
Then you took the bone out, and I didn't quite feel it right away.
Yeah.
But then after a second, I could feel like a looseness.
Yes.
You know, and I could feel the muscles by himself. And then you did that part. We got rid of those and the tendons, and it just. I knew that everything was still there, but
Yeah.
it felt like it wasn't. You know what I mean?
Yes, I
it's
do.
hard to explain.
Yeah.
But you have to experience it.
It was and it wasn't there.
It was like you knew it was there.
Yeah.
But it just didn't feel like it was. I could visualize when you pulled the bone out. I could literally see it.
Yes.
So, and then with the steel rod going in, I saw the rod.
Yes.
And everything, and I felt it almost lock into my elbow, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. It was weird.
Yeah.
It was very weird. But, yeah. Well, it got very visual.
Interesting.
Towards the middle part and then at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I could see the stitches in the thread. Like
Yep.
you said, you break off the thread, I could see it break off. And yeah, it was bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for
That was crazy.
experiencing that and sharing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, that's dope. Yeah, definitely feel that.
Hey everyone, I'm Aaron Alexander. I'm here with Chris, and today we're gonna lead you through a really exciting, interesting process to essentially kind of hack into people's minds to create some really unusual effects. Okay, so I'll start by explaining the basics of this, and then we'll actually probably the best thing to do is teach you, and then maybe we could hook in the camera guy. And you could do it on him?
Sure.
Yeah? Awesome. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I just like to see it all go down. I assume that you doing it the first time will teach people a lot more than me doing it the millionth time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's go that way. But I want to start off just by, a little frame on this of this to me is a little piece showing a much greater possibility, both because of the experience you create, but also because, as far as I know, this always works.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying like nothing always works. You could drop your cards, or I don't know enough fancy magic words to say the many ways you could mess up. Flash. There you go. I knew that one. I didn't think of it. Yeah. So obviously things can go wrong. As far as I can tell, this is as reliable as anything can be. Our camera guy will attest to. Yesterday we got some tough customers. It was fine. And so I'm just going to explain sort of how I would do this in an ideal circumstance, how I would do this in a case where things go wrong and you can, fudge around. And then if there's any missing pieces at the end, we'll come back and cover those.
What about like worst case scenario? Like horrible spectator just does not comply.
Well, I mean, it depends how much they're not complying.
Okay.
I assume if you're like pick a card and someone's like no,
Yeah.
I don't know if there's much you can do about that. Well, I have thoughts on that, but I don't think this is the place for them. Let's assume this is somebody who's like
Cool.
willing to engage.
Okay.
Because we've had some really interesting conversations about what causes people to engage and how to set the stage and all that kind of stuff. And we can get into that on the back end if it comes up. But yes. Keep track, all present, keep track of your questions and doubts, and we'll try to resolve them all. So the first thing is, and won't get into it a ton, but I've framed this a whole bunch of different ways. I framed it like a psychology demonstration for an academic group. I've done it at parties. I've done it a couple times in a stage show. I ended up having another thing that works better for my vibe, so I haven't done it a ton there, but I have. And I know others who have too. And so, whether I frame it as a thing about connection, I can do that. Often I love just talking about the kids' games because, it doesn't require, it's just so authentic, and it's real, it's where it does come from, and it doesn't require anything but stating facts in an interesting way. And it genuinely is a demonstration of something our minds and bodies can do that we don't tend to think about.
Okay.
You know, human imagination is one of, you know, one of the lines I sometimes use in shows is like, you know, we think of imagination as that thing that kids had before iPads were invented. But actually, our process of like imagining what could be and clicking into what seems to happen is sort of how all of this came to exist. It's, you know, what put us on the moon, some would say. It's, you know, it's so fundamental, and we're essentially using a process, you know, it's not just some imagination game, it's us stepping into that human space of understanding and generating possibilities and experiences.
Okay.
And then bending that a little bit to experience the world differently than we might have otherwise. So I begin by essentially inviting people to do that. So if it's a more formal show, maybe I start by talking about kids' games or talking about different sciencey shit, which if there's demand for that, I'll talk about the sciencey stuff too, because that's my main background. But setting the stage of like getting some kind of interest, engaging people, and essentially at some point saying something along the lines of, are you cool with experiencing something a little weird or something a little odd? And as long as you get a yes to, I'm comfortable being uncomfortable or comfortable doing something weird, that's a yes. That's the first yes that's going to allow them to invite us into this space where crazy stuff happens. Okay. And then, of course, there's a second yes and a third yes and a fourth yes where I'm saying things like, and I kind of jazz it. It's never the same every single time. In fact, I mess up in a way that I haven't probably ever done with you the first time, and it doesn't matter because I'm following the thread.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I didn't either. The camera guy caught it.
Oh, with the bone.
It's the bone. Yeah. But that's it. It's the sequence is less important than following the thread of inviting someone to experience something that's a little, it's a little impossible, and me recognizing that this is actually the natural thing. This is the natural thing for us to experience the world in a different way when invited to do so. So I'll get some kind of yes around that. And then I often will get into either talking about getting cut or drawing blood. Sometimes I'll say, when you get blood, do you normally look away? And that's, so right after, do you want to experience something weird? That's my next question. And they're like, ooh, often.
What's about to happen?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
And so again, if we've created the right vibe, if I am connecting with this person, even a little bit, and that's all you need, a little bit,
Yeah.
they're going to engage with that question.
Quick question.
Yes.
Does your context of presentation or purpose change when it's on the street versus on stage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, well, the context absolutely changes. What I say just changes from a theatrical perspective.
Okay.
If it's on the street or if it's at a party or something, I'll pretty much just go with, do you want to see something weird?
It's a conversational.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
very conversational. Sometimes I'll bring up the kids' game, sometimes not.
Right.
But all of that is like a 10 to 30 second thing.
Sure.
Whereas on a stage, maybe I set it up with the Diary of Samuel Pepys and its long history of weird kid games.
Right.
So depends absolutely on the context.
Okay.
In fact, in like an academic context, I might start with some sort of academic sounding, let's talk about brains and mirror neurons, et cetera, and then completely kick that out the door once they
Right.
accept that I'm sciencey enough.
Sure.
And then we go straight into kid games.
Right. And I'm thinking about it from the perspective of a magician and a mentalist.
Yes.
You know, if I was going to put this on stage,
Yeah.
how would I frame it theatrically?
Gotcha.
So that was my
Gotcha.
point to the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so theatrically, there's that, but also this as an opening or a conclusion can be really strong.
Okay.
Because you're essentially framing, you're essentially using a thing that shows how to open our minds
Right.
and uses the frame of a time in our lives where our minds are open, when we're young and we're playing with the ideas about the world. So it's a wonderful opening or
Okay.
closing, and can be combined in different ways. But essentially, so we get that, and then the first thing I do I take out my scalpel. You've seen one of these before. It's an invisible scalpel.
Okay.
And in this next process,
Take this off again.
sure, yeah, you'll tend to get a lot of different reactions. Some people will be like, ha ha ha. Some people, they have some scalpel history.
Yeah.
And so they're like, oh,
You gotta be sensitive.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you just kind of, you feel it out as much as you can. But essentially, if they're a little too much, you can be like, it's an invisible scalpel. It can only do invisible scalpel things. It's cool.
Right.
If they're really cool like with it, like a bunch of people yesterday, you kind of play it up and make it uncomfortable. Like I will imagine being comfortable in my body as I'm going to cut.
Yeah.
And from here on, like it's 90% theater and play.
Right.
So I'm playing with your energy and I'm doing the theater of miming this. You don't have to be an amazing mime. I didn't go to clown school. I did one improv class. The bar is low.
Okay.
As much as you can, just get into it because you're really just playing with a person. And you've opened with the idea of we're going to play a game. We're talking about kid games. People love play. It's like this thing that so many adults are missing. And so when you come in and you say, do you want to, well, I don't want to say, do you want to play a game? Because is that hostile or?
Saw.
Saw.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotta adjust your language a bit.
Tricycles backstage.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Okay, so anyway, I'm getting into the weeds a bit.
That's all
So I
right.
come here and I just mime, I'm going to do this for real, so to speak, cutting them open. And I'm always careful to keep track of this guy.
Because it's real.
Because it's real, because we're
Right.
building a world. And even though it's surreal,
Right.
it's also real,
Yeah.
where if I just drop scalpels everywhere,
Yeah.
you kind of come out of the moment.
Right.
So I put the scalpel away, I pull apart your arm, and I start pulling stuff out. I start with the bone. Do you want me to do that right now?
Go.
Yeah,
Let's
okay.
do it.
All right, sorry. Okay, so I take out the bone,
Right.
and I'm taking out the muscles. And do you notice what I'm doing as I take out your tendons and ligaments?
It's not like a pull rip kind of, or
That's the theater part, but there's, I said 90% theater and
Right.
play.
Okay.
But what's that 10%?
I guess the feelings.
Strategy.
Yeah. Okay. Your strategy, my
Yeah,
feeling. Yeah.
exactly. But this is it. I'm actually going to start to sculpt your experience
Okay.
very subtly. So here, I'm just going to put in the muscle for you for a second.
Okay.
I'm going to take out the muscle, and then I'm going to put in a brick.
Right.
Okay, so what am I doing as I do this? I'm communicating
Yeah.
through my arm,
Right.
through my body.
The sensation of
That
weight.
yeah. So
Yes.
and I take this out.
Yeah.
You'll notice if you watch back, you start here. Even at the beginning, I think you had your hand on like this.
Yeah, right above my knee. Yeah.
I think it was even on your knee,
Oh,
and I
okay.
was like, I moved you off to the side
Right. Yep.
because I'm gonna take things out of you, then I'm gonna put things back in, and the
Right.
whole time I'm communicating with my body what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So this experience, we say imagination, but I'm really illustrating it physically.
Yeah.
So what are we at now? I took
Muscles are gone.
muscles are gone, but did I get
Brick
rid
is
of this
in.
brick too? Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
get rid of this
Yep.
too. Okay. So then I'm going to put in my 3 bricks.
Okay.
And this is the moment where you don't want to get too hung up on working or not working. I would do quotes, but I'm holding a brick. But this is where you start to see, boom, I put in the brick.
Yep.
And I'm going down with my arm, but I can see and feel that it's not just me.
Right.
This is a team effort now.
Yep.
So
and the push of the other hand.
yes,
Aids in
exactly.
the weight. Yeah.
The weight and the experience of having bricks. So I'm putting another brick, boom.
Right.
And you notice, and maybe this was semi-deliberate, but this happened in the real shoot as well, I'm pretty sure, that you started anticipating the weight
Yes.
right before it happened.
Right.
Your system is already engaged,
Yeah.
and I can feel this is a heavier arm than it was.
Right.
So
Yep.
this here is the moment where you start to notice, okay, do I have to do any extra work, or is this game over? In your case, this is pretty much game over. I did have to, we can go back and look at the original thing. I did have to do a little work to set you up. I did have to relax your arm a bit.
Yeah.
We'll get back to
Little
that.
tense. Yep.
Yep. But once you set that up, and we can go over that a bit more, at this point, often it's a done deal. So I take my brick, and I put in the third brick. Okay? And at this moment, it's a wonderful moment because it's real and it's surreal at the same time.
Yeah.
Obviously, everything is ridiculous, and yet here's your heavy arm. So I take out my needle and my thread. I sew them back together. Some people will get really neurotic about sewing everything right and all that. It's surreal. It doesn't have to be perfect as long as I'm following my own rules. So in the rules that I'm setting, this is where my needle goes. I wouldn't do that in real life. I might sit on it. But now you have a heavy arm.
Yeah.
And very likely, I can feel how heavy it is just by how much extra weight is in there. And I know 100% what's about to happen here. Boom. It's heavy arm.
Yeah.
Move that around a bit and feel,
Yeah.
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 And
Like I'm holding a tree or something.
yeah, right.
Very heavy.
Yes. We'll open this up. And again, people have different responses. We'll get into that. All responses are good responses. We'll open this guy, take out the brick, put it here. And what am I doing with my arm as I take out the bricks?
Going up. Yeah.
We're back to baseline.
Right.
Again, it's easy to get kind of neurotic about, okay, here's the line and I'm going to go this far down when I put in a brick. I'm going to do this far when I come up. That's not important. You're following, it's like you're following the thread of our experience.
Okay.
As long as I'm in the moment enough to remember to communicate with my whole body, the rest is taken care of. The strategy is that 10%, if that. So now, to create this experience, we've talked about how to open this situation up. We've gone from this surreal, impossible thing to him saying yes to impossible things. Here's an invisible scalpel. You want to play with this? Yeah. I'm going to cut you open. Is that cool? Okay. He's accepting impossible premises. And a lot of people, until the arm gets let go, they're still kind of like, okay, whatever, dumb game. And then I let go of the arm and they're like, what?
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So because I'm communicating essentially subconsciously or greater than consciously, this will tend to just come all together as long as I keep hold of the thread. Yeah, we'll feel her arm. So now the next thing we're doing, you can do follow your imagination. You can do anything you want, but this is my basic sequence because we go through one surreal experience that is weird but not uncomfortable, to one that is weird and uncomfortable, to one that is weird, uncomfortable, and kind of out of this world for most people.
Yeah.
So we're also kind of scaling up as we go. So now, I did open you back up. So now we come in, I take out this bar, and I'm gonna put it in, and I'm gonna push it up his arm. And what am I doing as I push this up your arm?
Yeah. Locking.
I'm locking your elbow.
Yeah.
And I'll even test behind here, because you get different people with different resistances. There's some people who are super stiff the moment you touch them.
Right.
And so I'm putting it in, and I'm using a bit of leverage here to straighten the arm, and then I'm confirming here that the arm is straight as I push the rest of that in, which has the experience of now I'm straightening here, and I'm straightening here, which feels like having a bar in your arm.
Right.
And because we already have the first stage where everybody's going to feel their arm is a little heavy,
Right.
most people will feel it's very heavy, but everyone's going to feel a little bit. Now we have this visceral one where, is this all right?
Yeah, no, good.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Some
good.
people get quite uncomfortable.
No,
I want to check.
Fine.
So now we've got this one where his arm is, feel that,
Yeah.
super tight.
Yeah.
And of course, it's because we've created this frame, we're engaging, there's been this slow ramp up, but it's also because I am creating the feeling of that as we go.
Okay.
Now, I will often, because this is the one where I would say there's the most variation in terms of working. So everyone will feel something in their arm, as far as I can tell.
Right.
Some people will be like, oh, that's weird. And some people will be like,
Yeah.
okay. So what I'll often do is I'll hold right here, just theatrically, if there's a group, if it's just us, who cares?
Sure.
But if there's a group, I'll often hold here so that I can kind of control the response a little bit. There was a girl in the market yesterday who was a great example of this. She was a wonderful responder. Everything was great. She got so distracted that she was like moving her arm a bit.
Right.
And so just for theatrical purposes, I'll tend to hold on here.
Okay.
If I'm really confident, I'll let go.
Sure.
Doesn't matter that much. I'll even, sometimes I don't love the whole hypnotic challenge kind of thing often. It can work sometimes.
Try to lift your arm kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
and I'll never do like, try to bend your arm, and the more you bend, the harder it gets.
Right.
We've already put an iron bar in there.
Yeah,
They're like,
should be able to-
why all the small talk? And so, if they want, they're like, oh my God, that's weird.
Yeah.
I might say a few things about how weird it is, or what does that feel like? And they might try to bend it.
Right.
Cool, go to town.
Yeah.
But that's not my focus. And if I get somebody who's, well, we'll get into people who are trouble later. But in the absolute worst case scenario, if I just really focus on the discomfort of this and people see this weird hyper extension, nobody remembers that they didn't, they didn't actually hurt themselves trying to bend it.
Now I noticed you have my wrist turned as opposed to straight up and down. Is that intentional?
Here, let's get this out of you. So it's, here, I'm gonna reach in. So I reach in, and as I pull it out, I relax his arm down.
Right.
So there's a really clear moment here.
Where it bends, right?
Okay. Now, am I bending on side on purpose? Yes.
Because I can see this is more,
Exactly.
than this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
And also, if I'm holding here, I have more control than here.
Right. Because I have
From
more
my-
power in
yes.
this direction. Yeah.
Yeah. And I can even, with my finger here, I can add a little extra straightening.
Right.
So little touches.
Okay.
And I think when you do it, we'll talk more about little touches as we go. Okay, so that's the, sorry, my friend.
Yeah, I'm bleeding all over the place.
Luckily, this kind of blood comes out easy. So, so we've gone from like kind of surreal but very playful to surreal and like actually a little uncomfortable. This is a uncomfortable thing, and this feels weird. This feels more like losing control. This is something that's like, whoa. So at this point, you have somebody who's really invested. And so that's when I'll go on to, in my basic version, I play it different ways. The connected arms, sometimes I'll even say I'm putting in a microchip. You're free to play, because at this point you've built up such a little reality where crazy stuff happens that you can invisibly do all sorts of things.
So you can jazz it.
You can jazz it.
Yeah.
One, I take this. I'll give you a little cut here, so you don't need much bigger. And so I think when I did it with you, I just said, and I'm going to connect the arms. And again, so I'm not a big J.J. Abrams fan, but if you watch a J.J. Abrams movie, it's kind of like everything sort of emotionally makes sense. And then you think about it and you're like, that made no sense at all. It's okay to have a little J.J. Abrams where you don't like, it's like, I'm going to connect arms. How?
Right.
Magic. So I'll open this, but just for diversity, I'll go in and put in a microchip here. Now this, I can talk, I have all these little tricks that you can use to fully enhance the experience. I forget them all because it's actually gotten a lot easier now. And this is, this is the thing with anybody who's doing something, you have to think, how much of their secret sauce do they really know? Some of it's the engagement, some of it's like beliefs that they have, it's certainty, confidence. But I have taught this to enough people that I know anyone can do it.
Okay.
I learned it from a 12-year-old. There's that too. Oh, well, I went the brick stage.
Yep.
So I come here, I put him in microchip, and I come in to a position, can you scooch that way a bit?
Yep.
Where we're like this, which is theatrically very nice.
Yep.
It also puts him in my sort of frame of sphere of influence. I don't know what to call it. You're in my space now.
Yeah.
I'll tend to shy away from control because that's how you get resistance.
Right.
We don't need that. And here, just like before, I can do little manual things. So for example, what I'm really all I'm really going to do is reliably is I'll probably put you here is how I often start, so that this pinky is somehow touchable by me.
Okay.
Because in order to get a movement, humans are actually very wired to connect to each other and empathize. It doesn't take all that much, but I like to have something here because you will tend, when you imagine this moving, it will want to move. That doesn't mean it will.
Right.
So I can help it along. I can help it along by having some pressure here and letting go a tiny bit. I can have it by even saying, do you feel that tension build up here?
Yep.
The point is, you seeing my finger, it causes you to sort of mentally empathize with my finger.
Gotcha.
And so when I do this, and you're really in the moment, not normally, but when you're really in the moment, this will also kind of want to move.
Okay.
And so I'm just helping that along. I'm helping along by potentially fudging here a little bit, or I'm helping along by just directing you very clearly. But what I also started doing recently, which I don't know if I've done before, is I do this a few times, which I think is great because it sets up, I've gotten much clearer movement. It sets up what's about to happen. And you're not really sure, am I doing that? Is he doing that?
Right.
So anyway, I turn on my chip if I'm a chip, or I create the connection. I make it clear that the connection is created. And I'm doing this, and then I go, now look at your pinky, and I start moving mine. Yeah. And so that's the moment where so many people are like, what? And as we're moving here, your other fingers start to loosen up. And there's actually, again, this is teamwork, whether you know it or not. So as this moves, your other fingers are going to start to twitch a little bit.
Yep.
And I'm going to start mirroring you. So you're watching this, and I'm actually one ahead of you.
Right.
Where I'm watching the other movements start. And by the time you see what's happening, it's like our hands are actually synced.
Right, yeah.
And then at this point, I will often come here, I'll move up, I'll move down. And if you don't have the cleanest movements in the world by now, which you might,
Sure.
the last few days, it's all been this all the way, but it could happen. I also have this hand here.
Okay.
So I'm supporting you, I'm making everything easy, but if you're not making everything easy, I can just give a little push.
Right.
And I can even give a little bias this way, like that. So I'm just giving the tiniest cue. And at this point, it is kind of marionette-ish.
Right.
Because I'm not controlling you, but I am leading you.
Right.
And you're not consciously able to know all the things that are happening because we only have that much attention.
Sure.
And so now we've, for example, if I move my thumb, you can feel that. Now there, I verbally directed you to it if I move my thumb. But at the same time, if I just go like this, and I start to move my pinky, well, I guess I'm trying to do that for them, but if I were, yeah. And again, you'll get the most fluid movements when it's not just me controlling, it's me feeling a little bit where you want to go.
Sure.
And by the way, little movements are enough. In fact, little movements are often things that people lose their shit the most.
Right.
I've done things where you can do all sorts of more fluid movements. It's actually less impressive.
Gotcha.
Because it's
Looks too staged.
It looks. Oh God, yes.
Yeah.
People think it's fake, or it just kind of becomes hokey, which you do if you want.
Right.
So there's a few other things I'll go over here, which I don't really do anymore, but you can do. So for example, if I want to give a couple more nudges, I can hold you up like this. We can practice like this, and when I come down, what I'm doing is I'm holding here just the tiniest bit, and when I release at the bottom, your fingers go out.
Yep.
And so I'm actually mirroring what's about to happen. So, or I can do sometimes when I'm here, I'll go like, okay, I'll turn this off for now. Then I'm like fiddling and I'm like, okay, there. Or I didn't really do it that well that time, but I'll like do a little snap or a pop, and
it felt like my arm just like went loose for a second. It was weird.
well, it did, yes, because that was my issue communicating. Because I did a little snap and a pop, and I just
It felt like everything got sucked out.
Yep. Yeah. And so you'll see is what's kind of happening here is I'm building a little reality, or we're building a little reality where you're mostly following my lead. I'm also following you a bit, but when I'm a little unclear, strange things happen. Like your arm goes dead.
Yep.
So if I want to create an arm dead effect, I can do that.
Sure.
But if I'm a little messy, I might end up with a dead arm. And that's cool too. I'll just roll with punches.
Okay.
So open this guy, take out the chip. Sew him back up here. And we can go, I'm not always the most organized thinker, so we can go, when you're doing it, we can go over that again.
Sure.
But one of the important things about any experience, especially, transformative ritual, which this is very lightly inspired by, is that people engage most when there's like bookends. Like you are willing to experience this crazy world where crazy things can happen as long as it starts and it ends.
Sure.
And you don't walk away going, okay, if he scratches his nose, am I gonna scratch my nose?
Right. Yeah.
And so we essentially undo what we did in the first place. Very simple. So grab my scalpel, open up, spread that apart. I didn't even had to do that much. Oh yeah, I did, because I took out the chip already.
Yeah.
Grab your bone, put that in. Ligaments, tendons, yeah, and your muscles, put that in. And we'll sew this guy back up. Snap that off, put it in. How's your arm feel?
Yeah. Better.
Yeah, better?
Yeah.
Normaler?
Yeah.
Not normal? So essentially, recap, I'm just kind of casually asking, do you want to experience something weird, unusual, different? And then I am communicating with my body and with my actions everything that's going to happen. And a lot of that just has to do with knowing where I'm going and in my body communicating that thing. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's, do you have any questions before we move on?
Not at the moment, but I'm sure I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Awesome. All right. So we'll get some. You got to put everything back in first. I forgot about that. So there's some of your. Hey, Jake.
Hey, buddy.
Good to see you. I'm doing well. Do you mind if I show you something that's kind of interesting?
Yeah.
Do kind of a weird experience. All right. Do me a favor here. Take your arm, and I want you to just relax a little bit. All right. And I want you to imagine that I have a little thing right here. This is a. Can you see it?
No.
It's a scalpel.
Oh.
It's a scalpel. It's invisible. You can't see it.
Oh.
But I want you to watch closely here. Are you afraid of sharp needles or knives or anything like that?
Depending on the situation.
How about blood? You good with blood?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay. So do you look away when you get needles or blood drawn or anything like that?
I do look away.
Okay.
I am that guy.
You're welcome to look here or not, but I want you to just take a second and experience this for me. Okay. So just I want you to watch. I'm going to place the scalpel right here in your arm and just kind of cut into it here, as you can see it. Come right through here. Let me put this down now. 1 second. So I'm going to take my hands and just open up your skin, going right across there. Right there. Good. Can you feel that? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Now I want you see the bone right here. I'm just going to just unlock that and take that out. Good. All right. Yeah. You feel your arm, it's a little bit more loose now, right?
Yeah.
Less weight there. Now you see the muscles on this side. I'm just going to pull that one out and pull that one out. Good. Get these tendons and nerves and veins out of there. Good. Good. You feel that?
Yeah.
Good. All right. Awesome. Now I want you to pay attention to this area here. I have this steel pipe. I'm just going to kind of just shove this right up into that spot in your arm. You feel that right there?
Yeah.
Good. All right. You feel that part of your arm? Awesome. Okay. All right. All right. Now what does that feel like?
Stiff.
Stiff?
Yeah, it's like
All right, perfect. Now, if I let go of your arm, let me see. Just tell me what that feels like there.
like really rigid.
There. So if I move it here, right? Doesn't hurt at all or anything, right?
No.
No. Okay. All right. So I want you to watch me very closely here. Take that. I'm just gonna reach in. Just if I can grab that. Okay, put that down.
As you feel the tension release.
Yep.
Yeah.
You feel that going a
Yeah.
little bit softer now? Awesome. All right. So we'll get some, well, you got to put everything back in first. I forgot about that. So there's some of your muscles there, right? Those back in on that side. Some of these veins and nerves. Need those. And then, of course, that big bone right there. Feel that going right back in?
Yeah.
Good. All right. Awesome. Just push that skin back together for a second. Get a needle and thread there. Just kind of just sew that back up. Perfect. Good. You feel that? Does it feel
Yeah.
a little
Feels
bit better
normal.
now? Awesome.
Feels normal again.
Good. All right. Awesome.
Nice.
Perfect.
Nice.
Good.
Picture forward, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's all
see
drooping.
it flopping around on me there.
Looping. There you go.
How was that? I know that was just like that first phase.
The second phase.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought you definitely got into it. It looks really good.
Okay.
I made a couple notes to think of. So I like that. So when I do it, I don't say imagine this, imagine that. I just like this is how it is, and I think both can work.
Okay.
Yeah. Both are good frames.
Yeah.
Coming at it from the mind of a magician, so maybe a little different. Yeah, visualize it, see it, feel it.
Yeah, I notice a lot, especially people with hypnosis trainings when they're learning some of the stuff that I do. They'll talk a lot about imagination, visualizing, adding on layers. And if that's your style, fine, but you actually don't need it. And so most people won't care, but the people who, there are some people out there who will be like, aha, he's hypnotizing him by using hypno language. Doesn't matter, but it's just one thing that could happen.
Okay.
I thought you had really good feedback around like, this is what's happening. You really got into the miming.
Yeah.
And I thought will be useful for people to notice and watch is like when you first got into the wrist thing, you actually, maybe you were just a gentler soul than me. I really give him a crank.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not a ton. You didn't, but that's fine because I had mentioned that you can do a checkup here and you did. And so you caught it here, which I think had you not done that, he would have had a slight bend. And you would have, he might have felt tense, he might have felt all these things, but it's not nearly as vivid
Right.
as here.
Okay.
So yeah, that was great.
All right.
Do you want to do?
And you're
Oh
good
yeah.
as well with like obviously this stuff. Half of the game is, in a sense for people watching too for intrigue, right?
Yes.
If you just do it and go, and they go, whoa, that's weird, but you don't
Yes.
ask them feedback into their experience. No,
Yes.
to go with, right?
Yes.
So you did really good at asking, what's that like?
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah, that kind of stuff. I think that's a really important thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you hit that dead on.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And I can't move my arm is different than I can't move my arm.
Yeah.
And so you
Yeah.
you caught him into the better
Right.
position
Yeah.
at the end.
Yeah, because it's a bar.
Yeah.
It's a bar. Now, when you put the bar in,
Yeah.
are you going to the elbow or are you going right up to the shoulder?
I'm shoving it through here into their shoulder.
Okay.
And I'm actually using this arm
Okay.
as leverage to make their shoulder.
Because I imagine when you're pulling the bone, it's this bone, not the whole shoulder.
Yeah.
So are you pulling the whole shoulder bone out?
I'm just taking out the front bone, but if you want to get them all.
That's
so this
what
is
my
again.
original thought was from here to here.
Right. So
Okay.
the nice thing about Surreal is that you make your own rules, and as long as they meet you at your rules,
Yeah.
it's fine. So for me, it's like, I actually do more than this
Right.
while only really working in this area,
Okay.
but I'm consistent.
Because I can tell
and
you what happened when you did it to me.
Yeah.
And you put the pipe in.
Yeah.
I actually felt this sort of resistance when you got to here.
because of the rest of
You
your
were
bone.
pushing past my
Yeah.
my upper arm, right?
Yes.
And I could actually, it's kind of weird, but I could feel it almost like knock into it.
Yes, 100. Yeah.
Sort of like it felt extra thick.
Yes.
You know.
And this is it.
Yeah.
Like, so we're gonna follow our own rules.
Right.
We're gonna use these little tricks and little like maneuvers, and we're gonna be a little bit more in our heads because I'm crafting the experience, but you're the one animating the experience as the participant. And so if I get caught in my mind around I'm the one doing the magic, I miss the magic. Because what's really happening is I'm opening this door and saying, what if this were real? And you're going, yeah, okay. And then all the other things happen.
Right.
And that's what's crazy. And that's half of the fun, if not more, is, okay, some people, it's different for different people. That's why I say every reaction is good.
Sure.
Because it's going to be a little different for different people. And instead of going, oh no, in fact, there was one of these yesterday, oh no, my bar is movable. I might have even said,
flexible.
everyone's a little different, or
That is it.
I might have said
It's like acceptance, right? Like
yeah,
letting validating the reality.
Yeah.
yes. So instead
not
of
wrong.
yes, absolutely.
That's it.
Instead of this meaning the bar didn't work, this means, well, clearly she's responding to a bar, but it's not as thick as some bars.
Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
and if you talk to them instead of going, oh shit, it didn't work, often they'll go, yeah, oh, it's so weird. This is easy. This is so weird. That's just the scale
Right.
bar they have.
Right.
I think that's one of the biggest difference between something like this and traditional hypno too, because when you have the hypno challenge, right?
Yeah.
Which again we've kind of talked, like I'm a little more aggressive to an extent with like doing something like this or bridge, but I still have to be open even with that kind of more aggressive kind of guidance of it in my character to facilitate being open to. Say you're doing the marionette movements, and you do that, and you just get like this slight, or they say, oh, I feel it want to go. I'm like, yeah, you can just allow it to go, and even if you say that, but when you have a hypno challenge, you do like a stiff arm.
Yeah.
If they bend that arm, you failed.
Yeah.
In this, if they bend that arm, you've just basically said that's right.
Yeah.
This is your experience in your world, and this is how you're experiencing it. And when we did it, and this will be good, 'cause we'll call back to the performance footage on this, right? We had a group yesterday, it's Israeli folk. I showed you a brief, quick reaction. That was her doing the bent arm. One, she, like you said earlier, she got so into it, she was able to bend it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it didn't even phase her at all, but she was unable to bend it, and she kind of bent it a little bit in the thing.
Yeah.
Two, when we brought the other guy up who immediately said, I want to experience this too. And literally, you're like, questioned like the exact same thing. And he's like, yeah. And we got into it.
Right.
His bent arm was very much that. And there was
No, what? His bent arm was
hers the one that was a little more loose.
hers was a little bit loose. His was a real
perfectly stiff. But it's still, because even though the rallies were different,
yes.
and we're breaking the conventional rule of actually mentals and all this are doing the same thing twice.
Yes.
It's just as interesting
Yes.
that to the experience they're different, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is, I think this gets to one of the core things that, because we talk all day about like what is or is not hypnosis, but I think one of the incontrovertible truth that's happening is we have these reality generating capacities, and we're leveraging that in a really interesting way.
Precisely.
And if I over control and I say, this is how it's supposed to go, yes, that'll work with many people.
Right.
But one is, well, okay, there's gonna be a few. I'm not even gonna count, but you will, often it creates a power dynamic, which isn't great.
Yeah.
Some people really respond to that negatively. Who's Auto Rank talks about some interesting relevant stuff around how you create sort of subconscious power dynamics. But you're also, there's an inherent creativity in our mind-body systems. And when I don't over-control too much, that's where there's this weird resistance as I go from open arm to like still got a bone in it arm, and it becomes more real because you're participating. I'm not over-controlling. And that's where the magic really begins. Because if we're all about control, we will consistently end up with the same effects of, okay, there's a thing in my arm, but we also will become caught up with the same reactions because people are just like, oh, this is what it's like having a weird arm. Some people think that's crazy, some not.
Right.
But if you meet them in the middle and you're responding to what they're responding to and you're engaging their creative process, now all sorts of crazy stuff can happen. And the last point of that is we essentially have different modes for engaging with reality. And there is the controlling one and there is the exploring one. And we are, as we can see with our fingers and stuff, our mind-body systems are contagious. So if I come in saying, this is how it's going to go, and I'm going to control this experience, well, it can work it will work, especially because you can, modify and do all these kind of things. You get a certain amount of engagement, but you're actually using closed system. And so they're going to tend to respond closed system. And if they don't,
Right.
I'm still not going to catch what they're giving me
Right.
because I'm closed.
Yeah.
So essentially, and I think this sort of uncomplicates it hugely,
Yeah.
I just do what I want from them. I'm curious. When I cut him open, how's he going to respond? Like when genuinely yesterday when we were going around in the market and I was like, okay, I'm going to cut you open. How do you feel about blood or whatever I was saying? I said a little different every time. every answer was like, oh shit to me, because I'm like, where did we find all these?
Yeah, we're finding all these needle junkies and
Yeah,
stuff.
right.
Like, really?
Exactly.
Like, we were joking about like, what is up with this town?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Who comes to Boston? The masochists.
What place?
So, so I think above all else, I'm engaging curiosity with curiosity, like attracts like.
Right.
And the premise of all of this is we're playing.
Yeah.
We're using a frame that talks about play. I'm engaging in a way that feels kind of playful. It's surreal, it's not real. So, like if you're doing a mentalism effect, that's great, they can be great. But if you're a little too hyper realistic, then you're, dealing with the adult controlling mind.
Sure.
And they can be wow or not, but it's still that controlling mind. You add a little surrealism and they're weirdly, they become even more invested,
Yeah.
even more engaged.
Would you say a good way to kind of, if we really condense this down to like layman's terms, like in a way, it's better to be just so many, I think, mentalists, magicians, performers in general, they're so focused on being the hero, but that's not. You're not looking for a hero to guide you on a journey. You're looking for Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're looking for a guide, right? Like you want to be.
So
like, put in
your
Star
participant
Wars
is
terms.
Luke, and you just gotta.
Yeah, you want to make your
pick him up on a
person
speed racer.
You're working with a Luke, you know.
Okay.
I feel like and you're the Obi-Wan Kenobi, kind of guiding them through
Yeah.
this experience.
All right. Yeah. So this is Joseph Campbell magic.
Yeah,
We're getting
yeah.
into. Yeah. I think
Hey,
that's a fair.
Jedi shit.
Yeah. I think it's a fair way of. Yeah. I think it's a fair way of putting it. Yeah. So I mean that was a big aside, but I think that's probably the most important thing on here. So thank you. But
Yeah.
I would like, because there will be a lot of detail-oriented people as well.
Yeah.
Do you want to run through 1, 2, and 3, or at least 1 and 3? So bricks and movements,
Right.
just so I can see it, comment a bit
Yeah.
on it, and report back
Yeah, I
to
didn't
the
do the
crew.
bricks. I totally forgot about the bricks.
So, actually,
Real quick.
could I? This is point number 2 of
Yeah.
important shit. Is I actually have a neurological issue. I can't do things in sequences almost ever.
I've
And
noticed.
yes, he has. He's noticed. I found that it's liberating to tell people that, because I literally can't do my own shit correctly, and it still works.
Right.
Yeah, it's
So-
funny.
So that's kind of where the bar is. It's not about doing it right. It's about doing it.
Yeah.
And so I started doing this in about 2008. So 14 years later, done it 1,000 times, less than the last 2 years given. I think for the first time ever, I forgot to put in the bricks first, or
Take
what did
the
I
bone.
take out the bone? I didn't
Yeah.
take out the bone. It's like the basics.
Yeah, we're so crowded.
So crowded, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, right. That couldn't have fit in a bar.
No.
Good thing the camera guy caught it. But that's it. Is where you can be wrong, you can get mess up, as long as you're still in the moment, as long as you're still engaged with the person, because it's not the perfection that makes it; it's the imperfection.
Yeah.
That's the imperfection is where this weird resistance came from.
Right.
The imperfection is how you dropped differently than the last guy.
Right.
You're always gonna, as long as I'm engaged myself, as long as I have some little helpers to make sure I can communicate an experience, that's all that's gonna take to unlock the real magic.
Totally.
And so when I'm, in my head around like, I fucked it up. Well, that's me going back into defense mode, not curiosity mode.
Right.
Yeah, curiosity mode is so important for this because, like you're saying, biofeedback in a lot of ways, right? If you have curiosity to something, it's like there's a really interesting model out of I think it's like 5 conscious commitments of conscious leadership, something like that.
Could be.
There's an interesting thing where it talks about observing emotions, right? Where You can sit there and if you say you have an anger reaction, right? And instead of just emoting it, maybe you stop for a second, almost imagine taking it out, and then look at it and go, why is that?
Yeah.
And get curious about it instead. You can redirect from that path. I think the same thing with this kind of thing, right? When you have that curiosity, and that curiosity is infectious when you say have that emotional reaction too. So it allows you to kind of control the thing a little bit more. It takes people off guard when they do something that should make you angry, they feel make you angry, and then instead you have a look of curiosity on your face. You've taken a moment and you're curious about something, But, yeah. Might have rambled there, but
no, that's all right.
Sense?
No, it does make sense, and I think a lot of people will comment on a similar thing because it's just a human truth. Is like we are contagious.
We are contagious. Yeah,
we know that from the last couple of years.
Me to it.
Yeah.
Dates this project a bit, but it's all right.
Yeah, and people will tend to notice similar things about how we get in the way. But let's do that. Let's do it again. And
From the beginning, or do you want to?
let's do from the beginning,
Okay.
as early on as you want, but let's at least begin with the opening. So let's
Pick it up from the second half. Or do you
let's start
at the
absolutely
very
beginning.
Okay.
And to piggyback a little on our conversation before, for people who are new to this kind of stuff, you're going to come in. You have some basic tools that you've seen of how you can change experience and like give little nudges here and there, but also be open. And you're also probably coming in with a feeling of nervousness, anxiousness, discomfort.
Yeah.
And the slight reframe there is what you're actually feeling is excitement. What you're actually feeling is this going to work? Am I going to fail? Well, that's curiosity. Mm-hmm. So let's label those correctly as excitement and curiosity. And guess what is going to open this man's world to the possible? It's excitement and curiosity.
Right.
Yeah.
So little frame to come in with, and then let's start with the arm, or wherever you want to start, whether it's the frame up or just dive into the effect.
All right. I'll probably start from the beginning again because you just start doing stuff. It's weird. All right. Hey, Jacob. Nice to see you again. I want to try something kind of interesting with you, if you don't mind. All right. Can I see your arm?
Yeah, of course.
Good. I want you to just relax your arm for a second. Now, are you afraid of like needles or scalpels or anything like that?
Depends.
Okay. How about blood? You good with blood?
Yeah.
You good with blood? Okay. Good. When you get a shot or have blood drawn, do you look or do you look away?
Look away.
Okay. Yeah, you're like me too. Even though I've got a lot of ink, I still tend to look away. So I have something here. This is can you see that?
No.
It's a scalpel actually. So I'm gonna do something here for you. And I want you to watch. I'm just gonna touch it into your skin there and just kind of make a little cut right down the center. Right there. Good. All right. I'm gonna put that away. Now I'm just gonna use my hands to just spread open the skin right on that line.
Okay.
Okay. Now you can see inside there's your bone right there. I'm just gonna pull that out for just a minute. There. Now I'm just gonna grab these muscles here. Okay, good. All right, perfect. Get that one. Okay, good. All right. All right. You feel it's a little weaker now, right? It's a little softer. It's like it's not much soft.
Jello.
There's a few things left in here. Let me just get these veins and arteries. Get rid of those. All right. So you feel it's like yeah. What does that feel
light.
like? Very light. Right, you can feel it still in your wrist, right? You feel that?
Yeah.
Your
like
arm is kind of weak.
Jello in a lot of ways.
Sorry, I want you to watch this here. I've got this brick, all right? I'm just gonna put that right in your arm. Do you feel that?
Yeah.
Feel that? Good. All right. I want to take this next one. I got a couple of them. All right, right there. See how it goes down a little bit more? Do you feel it? It's getting heavier, right?
Yeah.
Heavier. All right, I got one more. Just see if I can stick that in there right there. Perfect. Good. You feel that? If you try just lifting up your hand just a little bit, see how much heavier it is now?
Yeah.
Can you bend that elbow? Is that easier? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's much
good.
easier.
All right. So I'm just going to pull that up just a little bit here. Let me get that one out. Okay. Put that one here. All right. You feel a little bit of the weight relief, right? Right there. Pull that one right there. Good. All right. You feel it's even lighter now?
Yeah.
Right there. There's one more. All right, good. All right, you see how it's loose here, but it's not as heavy.
Jello.
Yeah, back to Jello. Now I got one more thing. Let me get this. It's just a piece of steel rod. Just gonna in place of your bone. Just gonna put this right up into your arm, right there. Good. All right, perfect. All right, you feel that kind of straightening out?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, awesome. Good. All right, feel that? What's that feel like?
just stiff. Like my
Stiff?
fingers are.
Stiff. You feel your fingers. You feel the fingers, but the arm is kind of weird. All right, I'm gonna let you go here for a second. Can you feel that now?
Yeah.
If you move your arm up, tell me what that feels like. Moving your arm.
Resistance,
A lot of resistance.
Almost feel it in.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What about that arm? Does that arm still work fine? All right. Good.
Fine right here.
All right. So let me take this here. I'm just gonna pop that bar out. All right. Good. Put that right there. I'm gonna sew you back up here. I gotta get some needle and thread. There. Perfect. Now I didn't put anything back in, but you're sewed up. You feel that?
Yeah,
Feel that? It's
feel
weird.
the yellow effect.
Yeah. Awesome. So I want you to see the thread going through your arm there. I'm just going to grab the end here. I don't even. Do you feel? You know when you pull that thread through your fingers, sometimes you can feel that. I want you to. Can you feel that kind of running through your arm there?
Yeah.
There. Do you feel that coming through? We'll get rid of that. All right. Right there. All right. Let me throw that muscle back in. It's over here. Right there. Good. There. Perfect. There's one. Good. There's two. Get that bone. Pop that bone back in. Good. All right. That needle and thread again. All right. Perfect. Good. All right. How's that feel? Is that better?
Yeah.
Good. Just move your arm a little bit.
All back
Good.
to normal.
Good. Both arms are the same. Fantastic. All right. We could take it a step further if you like.
Yeah.
A little
Of course,
different. Okay.
Of course.
All right. Let me get that scalpel back out again. I'm just going to make a smaller cut right about here. Right there. Perfect. You see that? I'm just going to open just a little bit. And have this little pin. See this pin? This little piece of metal. I'm just going to pop that right there. Okay. Should bring your arm out here. Now, I want you to watch your hand here because I'm just going to put it right on top of mine.
All right.
There, just like that. All right. Now, do you see that? And I'm going to move my arm up here. I want you to watch here because now we're sort of connected. You feel that?
Yeah.
All right. So I want you to watch here as I move my arm up. You see it starts to come up as well, right?
Yeah.
All right. Now I want you to just keep an eye on my little finger right here. Right?
Okay.
So I'm going to see it start to wiggle a little bit.
Huh.
Right? There, right? Now as that one goes, watch. Good. Feel that rocking back a little bit?
Yeah.
Good. Watch your other fingers now. Now, separate your hand like that, right? Watch your hand. Down. There, good. Right. Let me bring my arm back over here. Right. Take that and just unlock everything. Perfect. And relax your hand a little bit. Right. And just grab that. Just put a couple of stitches in there. Take that pin out first. There. Good. And should be good to go.
Back to normal.
We're good to go. How does everything feel?
Everything feels good.
Good?
That was cool.
Perfect. All right.
Boom.
Nice. Loved it.
Loved it. Yeah.
No comments.
nice.
Perfect. No, it was great. It was great, and it's affirming my intuition to not get into all the little details of stuff because I could see that like the way you were cradling his arm.
Yeah.
It's like I could feel that you found the right thing that worked for you to get the maximum leverage, and it was different than what I would have done,
Okay.
and it worked just as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I thought that was great. I'd, like often I'll have my hand here because I can put some leverage here.
Yeah.
And I noticed there was like his arm raise was slow.
Yeah.
And I think if you had done it my way, yes, that would have been easier.
Mm-hmm.
But I liked how yours opens the roll, and
Yeah.
so yeah,
Okay.
awesome.
One of the little bits, I noticed this yesterday when he was doing this too. Because remember, girl, she kind of, I think, commented. We're talking
First girl?
yeah.
Okay.
She kind of commented, well, aren't you just guiding it up? And he said, yeah, sure. But then what you did was you did it one more time and then you opened up. Because what happens is you're actually setting that expectation as well, right? If you get in alignment a little bit, and then when you opened up and it still went up anyway, they go, oh shit.
So
I noticed that was
essentially,
something really nice.
yes. And so essentially, I'm dealing with a challenge by telling the truth, just not all the truth.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, and I could tell all the truth too. It's not like this is all happening for reals, guys. But yeah, with her, she was the first person I had done this with in probably a year because COVID and stuff. Well, I guess I did a couple in December.
Yeah.
So, well, almost a year. So with her, I was kind of overdoing it. And she's like, aren't you pushing on my arm? And the fact is that, yes, I'm pushing on her arm. Why am I pushing on her arm? To give her the experience of what it's like once we're connected.
Yeah.
And by the time she's caught that, I've already given her that experience. Right. So I'm like, oh no, we can just take the hand away. I probably didn't even say no. I said, you know what? I'll just take the hand away.
It was already raising too is the best thing.
Yeah.
So it was
Could
already in
You're
motion.
giving her a kick.
Yeah.
And she's doing the rest on her own.
Yeah.
Right.
And
So the imagination, curiosity,
exactly.
whatever we want to call the mechanism that makes us work,
Yes.
takes over, right?
And so, yes. And so in a way, this is not a Kung Fu kata. This is wrestling.
Yeah.
I have a goal. Mm-hmm. And there's an elegance to it, and I'm trying to communicate something through my body to another person's body, and that's the thread that I'm holding on to. It's not about all the little pieces. The pieces help, but they also will tend to flow naturally from me understanding that what I do is real.
Yeah.
What I'm doing is real. What I'm doing is something that's really interesting for you. It's something that opens this idea, this experience of a true thing for us as humans.
Yeah.
Crazy that we can do this, and this is a tiny bit of what more we can do.
Well, it's real for you too, as
Absolutely.
the operator. I mean, it's just like to put it in magician terms for anyone out there that is heavily magic. I'm a coin magic junkie, huge. And when you do a toss vanish or a retention, even, you need it to look like this hand drops a little bit to really sell it. The worst coin magic thing I've ever seen anyone do is they do a French drop like that, and that's how it looks.
Right.
Versus you can just do something like that, and it looks absolutely dead on. It's a lot. It's very, for those of you out there, it's very Slidini-esque in a way how this works. I mean, that is the fulcrum piece of this, is that real mimicry, getting into it. You got to go inside your head and it's kind of like we were talking about yesterday, right? The best way I think to do mime is imagine you've got a ball or something, and imagine pushing on it, and when you can feel the resistance and feel it there in your hands, and your muscles are literally it actually gives you a workout almost.
Yeah.
Doing it, you've got a perfect.
It's a theater exercise.
It is,
Yeah,
exactly.
It's a theater, the golden ball.
The golden ball.
Yeah.
And so often we kind of split things like this is theater, this is real life, this is magic, this is real life. And I like that we're kind of going in that in-between space of this is theater and it is magic and it's real life, and the real, how it works and the truth that we're conveying is there's more to us as people. We forget that all the time.
Totally.
And this thing happens because of how awesome we are.
Right.
And so, for example, yesterday, and always, you'll notice, and maybe I should say this in the copy, I don't know, I haven't done one of these videos before, but nobody goes, was that a trick? Nobody goes, how did you do it? Everyone's like, which real thing is this?
Right.
Is this mirror neurons? Is this some kind of voodoo? Is this, is this psychic? It's nobody's like, where's the strings? Because it just doesn't occur to you. Why would it?
Yeah.
Which real thing is this? And I love that as a starting place.
Yeah.
And on top of that, because you're leading in with this real thing, the next thing is also going to be real.
Right.
No matter what you're using as your nudge, maybe it's not your hand anymore. Maybe it's a billet. Maybe it's whatever you tend to use.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like I was kind of saying yesterday, right? You don't do a card trick before this, right? I feel like if you created the frame of you take a card, all right, cool. Now watch, it's on the top, and then you did this.
I don't know.
I think it kind of detract from it.
It depends. I think it
On that.
really depends on what you're doing. If you're on the street, I don't know. If you were in the market, Quincy Market doing this, no, I wouldn't do a card trick before it.
Yeah.
But if you were in a stage context, or if you were doing a parlor style show, or even walk around, strolling magic, I could see this being incredibly hard hitting after Invisible Deck.
Yeah, see, the context I think would fit.
You know what I mean? So, it all depends on your theming. You can turn a card trick into something as magical feeling
Oh, totally.
as this.
Yes.
Would you put them side by side? up to the performer.
Yeah.
You know, in your style.
Also your personality can pull it off.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you have the balls,
Yeah.
honestly, you have to have balls to do something like this, anyways.
Yeah.
You know, because you're going out on a limb, literally,
Yeah. Interaction, human
with
experience. Yeah.
with a stranger, most of the time. I mean, so maybe you're doing this at a party or something. I can see this being they're a little bit more comfortable, maybe more lubricated. But I can definitely see this being challenging for a newbie on the street. So yeah, absolutely. It all depends on your context, your purpose, what you're driving at.
Yes,
That's true.
And I'll add your own internal frame of if there are many different types of performers, magicians, mentalists, what have you. I mean, many types of even within those categories, and often there's this feeling of I'm doing this to you. I have to be in control. And if that's your frame, whether you're, especially if you're new, but even if you've been around a while, it's going to be hard. On the other hand, the first 20% of this literally taught to me by a 12-year-old.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I think that a big part of this is going to be allowing it to work, allowing it to happen,
Yeah,
trusting that people, this is actually the natural thing.
Yeah.
This is the most natural thing. You come up to somebody and the moment they're okay with experiencing something weird, this is what can happen.
Yeah.
And you saw it. You
Yeah.
saw it yesterday. I mean, we kind of saw it today.
Oh, yeah.
It's first time, works both times.
Yep.
Little modifications here and there. You got a captive audience. But yesterday we went out and had a very not captive audience. Had some shit disturbers. Had some, I don't know what the American term for that is.
Yeah.
We had some troublemakers.
Yeah.
And
Skeptics and no,
Dickheads.
dickheads. Yeah. No, I'm trying to say hecklers. And they want to say we hecklers. They just weren't. They weren't very open
You're from
people.
Boston,
They weren't
you're
closed
dickheads.
off.
yeah. Right.
So,
But again, so I guess what I emphasize is that we can allow this to be the natural thing, and the fact that it's natural doesn't make it not magic. That,
Right.
in a certain sense, makes it more magic, because
Yeah.
magic is stuff that happens when you don't really have control over it.
Totally.
Like the experience of magic. So
I can see this hitting somebody really hard, really
yeah.
hard. I've been working a presentation in my head for this since we started talking. I'm serious.
Yeah.
I've got it almost completely fleshed out for this. So yeah, and it fits beautifully because I'm already doing something, not what you're doing, but using an arm.
Yeah.
So adding this into it, I can see that demonstration being a focal point. So, and I'm not bullshitting there. I've been literally going through different thematically, interesting points on how to plot it. So
Yeah.
it's great.
yeah, I love it. And so just because, we'll probably take a moment here, regroup, see if there's anything we haven't covered. But in this interaction that just happened,
Yeah.
do you have any further feelings on how it went? Questions,
Right. Yeah.
moments of doubt?
No, you have to commit.
Yes.
You have to commit and believe it. If you don't commit, you're not going to believe it. They're not going to believe it, and it's going to fail. And I think it's going to fail bad. Coming out of the mindset of a magician and a mentalist, like you were saying, with the failure being the problem with those challenge of effects, can't raise your arm, can't bend your elbow. That's where my mind goes as that type of performer. But if you commit, like what you're doing with something like this, and you're not framing it as a challenge,
Right.
and you're not framing it in the concept of I have the control, you're my puppet,
Yeah.
it will work. But you have to believe it, honestly.
Yeah.
So
Yes, I love that.
I think
Well
you're
put.
absolutely correct. You're
And
absolutely correct.
and so what you're doing is you're committing to play a game,
yeah,
and you're committing to play a game knowing that what you're doing is real.
yeah,
And as long as you have those two things, I think it'll happen. Because my experience, I don't know if I'm sure there's been somebody who's been like, no, my arm's not heavier. I can't
You're gonna
remember
get
it.
them.
It's probably going to happen.
enough. You're gonna get some.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, it's like
Yeah.
I tell people that are like, I'm into what I do. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm kind of like a magician. I'll bait him a little bit.
Well, but could I pause for a second?
Yeah.
Because what I'm saying is, I don't remember this person. It may not have ever happened.
Yeah.
It might.
Impossible.
It's plausible.
Yeah.
But the thing is, so one is, this is a very natural thing. It will tend to happen.
Yeah.
We're setting up the right frame. But we're also using our tools to make it the most, like, to feel it as it's happening.
Oh, totally.
This is gonna be much stronger than, say, light hand, heavy hand, balloon brick kind of thing, because you're physically in there and you're able to have so much leverage.
Yeah. And is there I guess, an inherent shock value to it as well?
And there's absolutely.
So
Little points on your presentation, like I noticed you didn't let go of the arm with the bricks. It was it was this big. And it could have been, you could have, if you wanted, set down the arm, as I sometimes do, to put it here, and that's where they're coming from.
Sure.
The visual that was
I
interesting.
mean, coming in from seeing you do it 15 minutes before,
Yes.
you mean, at first I completely forgot about the bricks.
Yeah.
but like you forgot about the bone.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And like you said, there's no order. There's no proper order other than the beginning. But like you said, you've done stuff out of sequence.
Yes. Now the sequence, I would say, is an optimal one because of how it engages small, it engages with a reliable light heavy, and you're scaling up to harder things.
Sure.
It's just that sequence is helpful. It's not the be all end all.
You have to have the start, middle, and end, absolutely.
Yeah.
But the bits in between, there was a few things that can be manipulated.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's so many extra things you can do with it too. We've talked about this in variations.
Yes, and we can get into
to that
variations
later.
after maybe. So yeah, like I said, I think you did a fantastic job. I think it was a great example of, like, okay, you're 15 minutes into this thing, you're already nailing it.
Yeah.
And
Nailing it, but
close enough. And that, yes,
getting it.
there will be people who resist. There will be people who say, okay, this isn't working.
Sure.
I haven't really had that problem. I'm sure it will happen. But we're just committing to a little game.
Yeah.
And no matter the outcome, my experience has been this is something people can engage with.
Sure.
And even when they're not engaging with it, what I was getting back to is when you use the tools correctly, okay, suppose you're a total shithead and you're giving me trouble. I'm doing this. I'm doing all the stuff. I'm kind of maybe asking questions in a more closed-ended way. How's that feel to you? Does it feel tight? And they're like, yeah, well, I'm still holding them.
Yeah,
So, like if I notice in the first little bit that he's not responding to this, which is rare, if he's giving me a bad vibe, all of this, super rare, don't worry about it. But in the worst case scenario, you've done this 100 times and on the 101st time you get a total asshole, then what I do is I'm going through, I'm mangling him around a bit, and instead of going to the third phase, I look out for the most interested looking person and be like, do you want to see this? Do you want to take it a little further?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. You can bounce off of it.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And this asshole, as much as they think they're getting in the way of this, they're not getting in the way of this because they're focused on this.
Right.
And I'm focused on this. And I'm going, okay, well, I've used him to show everything that's happening already.
Right.
So let's bring a not asshole in.
Yeah.
And if we're one-on-one with an asshole,
And then you can gauge your audience and see, like you said, who is your invested person. And that person is going to give you the results that you want when you get to your ending.
Exactly.
And
so I think, maybe after a pause, we can talk about different types of challenges and stuff. I'm happy to answer or go back and forth on that. But I really think the right mindset and the knowledge that not only do these tools help you craft the experience for this guy, you're crafting the perception. This is a bar in the arm.
Right.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah.
It's the proof in the pudding.
Right. Yeah.
when I was doing it, I wanted him to feel what I was feeling when you did it. And I could literally feel the cut.
Yes.
And not that I could feel pain. I could just feel like this, and not because you were pushing on me either. I could feel the push, but it felt like the skin was separating.
Yes.
And I'm coming at it because I want it to be effective. I want it to work. But again, that comes down to your purpose, presentation, context. And when I was doing it with him, and I had the thread in, I just had the idea of pulling the thread out.
I liked that touch.
And I wanted him to. I wanted him to feel the thread like unlocking everything. You know what I mean? Because I remember pulling thread through my finger, and I could feel, that feels weird. What if we did like ripping the stitches out? You know what I mean? But in a slow way. So and I felt like that just I could feel it while I was doing it.
And you were curious and you were playful,
Right.
and there it is.
Right.
And that's the good thing, is when you can add things like that.
Right.
You know, it's just.
And
So
I did the dowel instead of the microchip, so that we were like on a pivot system.
Oh, interesting.
That was the
Oh, okay, yeah.
so. 'Cause
I didn't even understand that, but I saw that the way you went in, the way you came out,
Yeah.
like you were consistent, and the
Yeah.
effect was there. And I didn't even you said, was it dowel you said?
I had his
I
arm
thought you said a pin.
Like this.
No, you said a pin.
Yeah, it was down
Yeah.
a pin. But the same
Yeah.
thing. The little like this, and I took a pin and just stuck it right
Yes.
here, and then I
And then you
put my
connected
arm
us.
on
Yeah.
it, so that almost like we were
Yes.
on a
Yeah, so you're
on a locking point.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
Yeah,
that
loved
was
it.
that was pretty much.
That's
Loved it.
awesome.
So that explains your point. You can customize it in the moment
Yes.
Yeah.
as you feel it. You can jazz it, like you were saying. So yeah, it's going to be different for everybody.
All right. Cool. Let's take a break and see where we are.
Sweet.
Maybe the idea of pulling, say, a tumor or a bloody feather or what have you out was actually a way of shocking people. So it's kind of two little inspirations that I wanted to share where this came from. So the first is, it genuinely does come from a little kid's game. I don't think it's a popular one. I've never seen this one anywhere else, but back in like 2008-9, I was working at a group home for high-risk youth, and we'd often like I was casual, so I'd come in and be the Mary Poppins one. We come and we have fun, and and so it's at in that age group, it was really common to have these little sort of mind-body games, which is really interesting to me because they're all over the world. When I was researching my first book, I found some of them going back centuries, very similar to how they are today. So these are things that are passed on from generation to generation to generation of child. And that's part of why they're so engaging. You talk to somebody on the street and you're like, you remember those games? And half the time they're like, oh yeah, as though they hadn't thought of it in 10, 15, 20 years. Yeah. And it's genuine, and it's coming from this space in our lives where the rules of the world haven't quite formed. And so we're on that cusp of childhood to adolescence to adulthood, when we kind of figured most of the rules out, but they're not settled. That's where we play the most with our perception in these ways that people remember. And so part of it was like, they're creating their games at the same time, or they're showing their games at the same time. I was studying basically the psychology of ritual in my undergrad. And so I was learning about sort of mind-body type experiences as done by shamans and other people who are doing, healing or transformation or potentially entertainment, what have you. And so, they'd show me these things, and I'm like completely reminded of childhood. Then I'm like, oh wait, I can create new stuff just knowing what I'm studying. And this was kind of a fusion of the two, where they played this game with bricks, this imaginary game with bricks. And it sort of clicked off in my mind, oh, we could go further with this. We could create something even more. And so that's where that fusion came from. And in particular, my thesis at the time was on this idea that, okay, have you heard of psychic surgery?
Yes.
Yes. And so what's your knowledge of that?
Mainly performed as kind of a scam service.
Yes.
Healing people with real illnesses with
Yes.
fake methods, and
Right.
sending them on their ways with them thinking that they've been healed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Pulling out tumors and whatnot. Yeah.
And so, yes, super popular in the 70s. I'm sure it's still around, debunked by a lot of magicians as well as others. But there's also this idea in anthropology that maybe some traditions like that weren't actually a trick. Maybe the idea of pulling, say, a tumor or a bloody feather or what have you out was actually a way of shocking people into a state of perceptual openness, where you could catalyze an immune response, perhaps, or you could shut down a unregulated cycle in somebody's system or what have you. So this game that I was playing with kids became this idea of looking at, oh, what if we're doing this magical thing but for real? What if we're creating an experience that shifts our mind-body connection? And so that's sort of what this became.
Okay.
I'm holding a feather for some reason. I need to.
That was the scalpel again.
Yes. Yeah. Subtle differences.
Yeah.
So that's where this came from. Any thoughts on that?
It's very interesting. It actually makes a lot of sense
Yeah.
that it would start as something with some truth and
Yes.
authenticity behind it.
Yes.
And then people got lazy
Uh-huh.
and started scamming people with
Yes.
it, and manipulating it to make money.
Yes.
basically.
Or that
Yeah.
maybe there was this more complex tradition where
Right.
you're manipulating symbols and you're creating experiences and doing all these kind of things, and then someone comes in and they're like, "Oh, I see where that feather came from."
Yeah.
And then they go do that to the Westerners.
Right.
And,
Right.
you know,
right.
they're
Yep.
yeah.
I get it. Absolutely.
Yeah. So part of why I thought this is a really interesting place to start is it's sort of this liminal space of what's a trick and what's real, childhood to adulthood, this, and all of these experiences. It's like the anthropologists are all talking about the age of exploration. With stuff going on in the 70s, it's these interesting historical touch points of what do we believe about the universe. And when we get into how it works and why it always works, that's essentially what we're working with. Our systems for perceiving the universe and how socially we can come in and change those in an instant. Make sense?
Yeah.
Cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I part of why I wanted to really focus on that is just a lot of the time I've seen, I haven't done a lot of stuff on video. I haven't done a lot of stuff other entertainers have seen. And so a lot of the time the pushback is like, oh, it's some kind of suggestion trick. It's not going to work reliably, or, it's just, it couldn't possibly work. And I really want to lay out, I want you to be able to walk out of this room, or even in this room, we got a camera guy, and actually just do it to somebody.
Okay.
Because it's, I would say, the natural, we're taking advantage of the natural human social processing to create an experience that actually becomes natural on its own. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so let's get into the breakdown of this. Unless you have any thoughts or questions going in.
I'm sure I will as we go through the breakdown.
Good.
Yeah.
So how it's going to go is I'll show you basically the way that I just kind of do it now,
Okay.
sort of fudge it together. I have some notes from, so this effect is in my first book, Reality as an Art. I had it in way more detail. There's 100 little things that you could do to nudge here and there if you needed to.
Okay.
But I'll show you a couple quick ways of doing it. Then we can have a little break and talk about some of the nudging and finessing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We're getting somebody to agree to something that isn't expected and maybe has a bit of a risk to it. So, because we did everything kind of conversationally, I just want to go back through step by step by step and review what are we doing in this just very basic flow. And of course, the more you kind of ease into it, the more you can jive and jazz in whatever way you feel. Steps to keep in mind. The first one that came to mind for me just now as we were discussing this is, as you begin this effect, just remember the truth. Like, remember that humans just naturally perceive socially, that these kind of games are things that speak to our potential, but also happen, we did them as kids. Most of us did them as kids. This is the natural thing. And when you invite people into it, it's actually quite easy to get going. And of course, that those nerves you have, that doubt you have, that's actually excitement and curiosity. And as long as you can recognize that in yourself, you will exude that, and people will pick up on it, and you will have the capacity to do a lot of things that you might not have thought. So that's kind of frame number one. Then we're gonna do it in whatever context you're in. And however you do it, I think the important thing to do right off the bat is to ask or imply that something weird's gonna happen. Are you cool with doing something weird? You wanna see something odd? We're getting somebody to agree to something that isn't expected and maybe has a bit of a risk to it. So And that's, so now we're kind of making sure that they're emotionally, socially in the right place. Once you have those two things, I believe it's pretty much game over. I assume there's people out there going, well, how do I do this to everybody? Regardless, my answer is you don't want to do it to anybody who is not giving consent.
Yes.
so that's just
weird.
Yeah, weird. Right. That's one way to put it. So essentially, I'm setting up that you're in to see something weird. And of course, if someone's like, no, I don't want to see something weird, just show them not weird magic, I guess. I don't know how that works. Not my people. In my experience, you have an okay vibe, people say yes. Nobody said no yesterday. We got some surly people. They still, So then next is you set your frame. And it could be as simple as bringing up the kids' games. So do you remember as a kid, you might have played these games like crisscross applesauce, light as a feather, stiff as a board. There's lists online of people remembering these games that they played as a kid. So find a few that either you remember, ideally, something you have a connection to, or just find something that a lot of people remember. And so now we have, the engagement, and now this is frame number 2. This is, I come in with this playful vibe referring to playful things. Play is an inherent human thing. It's a learning state in my mind. This is, when you're playing as a kid, you're kind of learning your social roles, or you're learning, it always trips me out a little bit, what's hide and seek? It's like predator prey. It's how kids learned since way back to not get eaten. What's house? You're learning social roles. Play is an innate human state. It becomes catalyzed, and once we get into that space, our minds and our bodies start to shift and adapt, and we're able to engage with each other in a new way. So now we've set that frame. The last opening point essentially is the scalpel. So now we've got the agree to the weirdness, we've got the engagement, and we've got this absurd thing of I'm following through on the play and saying, can I cut you open with this scalpel? Okay? So once I have that, I might add little statements in like, how do you feel about getting cut? What do you normally do when you get blood? Something to kind of raise the stakes. Well, this is also here, so it's an absurd state raise.
Right.
I come in, and then I do my first cut. I make sure to treat my scalpel as real, because I'm setting the rules of this little universe we're building, so I have to follow my own rules. I put that in my pocket. I open this up, and then I take out my muscles, my bones, my ligaments. We won't do it right now. I put them somewhere safe, and if we show the video from yesterday, you'll see this is kind of like some byplay with people of, where are we putting these things? Are people getting in the medical space, etc.? Then I take my bricks from wherever, it doesn't matter, could be an invisible shelf, but I play putting these in, and as I do, I'm leading with my language. I'm imagining heaviness, I'm putting this in here, I'm bringing my hand down, 3 bricks, then I sew that back up, and we let them react. I like dropping the hand because some people, they're quite stiff here. I like either, if they're really stiff here, I'll say just relax, and I think that I did that with you the first time.
Yeah, a little bit.
I want to end up in a place where he's heavy and it's obvious, so I just ask for what I need. If he's super stiff, I say relax. Whatever I need to create this space. So I let him be heavy for a moment, I let him react, and now we've finished phase 1, which is the thing that everyone's going to respond to. It's super low stakes, it's super low stakes, and it's obvious, but when it really works, but it's not that obvious when it doesn't work as well. So super low stakes. And again, if at any point I mess up here, I'll just correct myself. Like, I'm just gonna add another brick for good measure. And that time I really give him a jostle down. to exemplify that.
Sure.
Okay, so I open this back up, I take out my 3 bricks, and next I take out my iron bar, and so now we're on to the phase where it's a little uncomfortable. There's a little more stakes, it's a little weirder, a little more invasive, so we're kind of upping the stakes as we go. I come in, and as I put this in, I'm leveraging his hand to pop out his arm to create this iron bar thing, and I'm also pushing that in so that I end up with this very theatrical, oh shit, this is very straight. And almost certainly, well, definitely, as I'm doing both of these, and this is kind of the next step once you get the basics down, but you can feel how strongly it's happening. Mm-hmm. When I put in the bricks, his hand gets heavy. It's crazy, but it does. When I put in the arm, at the bar, his arm gets stiff. It's crazy that it does. So I take this out, got a little extra there, sorry. Take out that bar, and right as the bar comes out, I push him down just so there's no leftover effects here. Take out my bar, and you switch the order of the last part, which actually I do sometimes. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter that much. But, so I'm gonna sew you up most of the way, break that off. And then I either imply that I'm gonna do a thing that connects us, doesn't matter, or I say I'm gonna put in a microchip, or some other, you can say puppet strings or whatever you want, as long as you're kind of consistent in following this little reality that we're creating together. Yeah. I put in that chip, and now I scooch in, and again, with each of these, you'll notice the first one, I'm out here, the second one I'm moving in, and the third one, he's all in my space. So again, I'm coming into his space and drawing him into mine. It's like this increase in investment, in kind of intimacy, of pulling you into my world. And I come in, and now I set up our hands so that we are close to each other. He can see me as I see him. And I begin with the mirroring movements, or not even mirror exactly, but the marionette movements. So I'll often begin with the pinky because it's small, it's creepy, it's cool. You actually could start anywhere. I'll tend to do pinky and thumb. And if you want to push this along, just remember that he is neurologically mirroring me and everyone, but especially me because I've created this special space, so that when I start moving my finger, even though we didn't do this whole thing, you can probably feel the tension build up there.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. That's all the tension we need. So if I have to give it a tap, I will. If I do my tendon trick and I come down and I release, we're actually also playing with the tension that's inherently going to be in the hand. Right. So anyway, in this space, maybe I lead him up and down a bit to establish the rhythm. I really like, this is a pretty, I hadn't done this way back when I was using this, but actually I like this a lot. And then we go through the movements. I like to take them, lead them up, lead them down, sometimes do like a wave, or I like kind of like, oh. And then we come back in, I break the connection, so I turn off the chip, take it out, cut the marionette string, whatever it is that I've done. You do a little cut, take out the chip, and then, very important, every time we open a space where weird things happen, and we ask them if we can do that, we also close that space. So I open this, my scalpel, open, and then I put back in the bone. Then I put back in the ligaments and tendons, back in the muscle. And as long as I'm consistent enough, doesn't really matter. And then I check in, how was that? Weird. Make sure his arms are fine. And that's not just window dressing. If I forget something, people, even if they don't consciously know, they will tend to know. Right. They'll tend to be like, something feels weird, and I'll be like, ah, shit, the ligaments. Yeah. Then I have to go back, So that's the basic process. we'd taken a little break here, grabbed a couple drinks over lunch, talked about what might be people's worries, issues, doubts, and maybe I'll add to this as I show the footage to some people. But honestly, that bit at the beginning of this is a natural thing, I think that's the secret sauce. Like, we're kind of more allowing it to happen than making it happen.
Right.
And curiosity, excitement, just kind of getting into it. It kind of goes on its own. All I'm gonna do is sort of animate the experience I want you to have. And that's that. Well, that's about it. So I want to thank you again for buying this download, and I hope you go try it out. I think the more you practice with this, the easier it'll get. This could be a total game changer. It's a great way to play with something that's really real and engaging. So I hope to see some videos of people out there doing it. And I guess until next time. So I don't know about Israel, but I do know that around the world, there's like these little games that kids play that are kind of strange perception games. Like, do you ever heard of crisscross applesauce?
I know the saying.
Break an egg on your head.
Yeah.
Yes, did you have that?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
So this is a different kind of magic. It's kind of playing with those kind of like perceptions just as adults to kind of show what our minds can do. Does that sound cool?
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's do it.
Who wants to experience something first?
Me.
Yeah?
Not sure.
You can fight. You can thumb more. There we go.
Go for it.
We'll do the survivor.
Okay.
Hey, Jake, where do you want to start?
How about you were right there?
Yeah, but do you want to start right in with the...
Yeah, we can do that. Whatever you want to
Okay.
do. Whatever you feel.
Okay, so we're going to start like this then. I'm going to need your sleeve.
Okay.
And how are you with needles, by the way? Just curious.
good.
Oh, you're good with needles? Weird. all right. It's like really confident. I'm in. Okay. What about like scalpel surgery, that kind of stuff? Okay. All right, here we go. Got a good first one. So have you ever seen one of these before?
No.
No? So this is an invisible scalpel.
Okay.
This is going to be a little bit strange. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah? All right. So let's...
I know you.
Uh-oh. I've gone famous.
YouTube?
I am.
Oh,
okay,
nice.
all right. Yes.
Okay. Am I gonna start getting that also?
Come on in.
Yeah, you can join. Be part of the crew. Okay. So, invisible scalpel. This is a little bit weird. Could be a little uncomfortable. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. So I'm just gonna take this and I'm gonna cut open your arm right here. Okay. And I'm going to open it up. And I'm going to take out your muscles. I'm going to need an invisible.
You want me to hold
Yeah, could you?
Yeah.
Don't move your hands though.
Okay.
Really important. Okay. We take out the ligaments and tendons. Put them right here.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm going to take out the bone. Sorry. Put that there.
That's heavy.
Yeah, right? And hold on. You take out this brick and you open your hand and put in, oh, sorry, not open your hand. Put it inside of you. There. You feel that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Put in another brick. And I'll put in another brick and we can sew this back up. There. How's that arm feel?
Yeah. Like I can move it, but it's weird.
Yeah, well, there's bricks in it. So
That's so weird.
Get him out of me.
Okay. Oh, you said you were cool with all this. I don't know. I don't know what to
I'm
believe
cool
now.
with cutting. It's the bricks that are bothering me.
Got you. Oh yeah. Should have asked.
Yeah.
Important.
You didn't ask me if I'm okay with
question.
bricks.
Okay. All right. Well, we could try. You know what? We don't need these for now. Take that. Put this back in here. Take this guy out. And actually, I could go. How are you about iron bars? Cool with that? Cool.
We can try it.
All right. Let's see. So let's put this guy in here. Feel that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna sew this back up. How's that feel? Oh man.
Oh my god. That's so weird.
Yeah, well, feel her arm. You don't feel her arm. You're busy. Feel her arm. Feel how tight that is.
Wow.
Hold on. I can't see.
So weird.
All right, we'll take this. Sorry. There. Take that out.
So cool.
Put back in, yeah. I'll sew this up for you.
I want my muscles back.
Well, we could go a little step further first
Oh,
if you
okay,
want.
yeah,
Yeah?
yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna leave a little space there because I've got, like I said, this gets a little weird.
Okay.
You guys can come around here. I've got a little microchip here.
Okay.
Don't be too worried about it. It's not about control. It's really about connection. Put this chip in here. Sew this up, and here. Gonna switch that guy on. There. There. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You see that? Yeah. You see that, right? Watch. See what happens if I start to move my pinky. What does your pinky want to do? Yeah. Weird, right?
No.
So weird.
Do you want to stop? You can stop
No,
anytime.
do it again. Do it again.
Okay.
Something else.
Ready? Yeah. Wait. It's a little weirder. Watch if I start to move my thumb. Oh, I'm shaking.
What's
Weird.
happening?
This is so weird.
I could like not move it also. It's just like
Yeah.
what it wants to do.
Wait, but here. Let's hold it here. What if I start to? You feel that coming up a little bit?
Are you not doing that with your arm?
Wait, watch.
No, you're doing that with your hand.
Watch.
Holy shit.
We're one brain.
Yeah. I'm gonna shut this off. Take it out. Take that out. That back in.
Just gonna run away with all that muscle.
You're the most important job here. All right, we're gonna open this back up.
How does that happen? How is that a thing?
Well, you see, once you make enough space in here, you can fit in some bricks. You can fit in a bar. It's pretty straightforward.
The bar was the weirdest. Like
Okay, so what do we got? We got.
Tendons.
Our,
Ligaments and
I'm gonna start with the bone first. Yeah, makes sense. Sorry.
makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that.
Nice.
And ligaments and tendons.
Thank you, yeah. Appreciate it.
And we'll put in the muscles.
Muscles.
Those are important.
So back up.
And I'll sew this guy back up. Okay, break that off.
That's it. We're good.
Yeah, how's that feel?
That was
So weird.
Do me next.
Yeah, you want to?
Yeah.
Exact same thing.
You got anything?
Do it.
You have any
I got a
other party
billion
tricks?
things, but we'll. This is what we're practicing today. I'm still good with this.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
All right.
Okay.
So you
Hit me.
basically nerves, right?
Huh?
You're touching the nerves.
I think I touched a few nerves there. Yeah.
One or two.
All right. Oh, you're gonna do the other side now. This is weird to me.
Oh, we can do it right now.
No. This is good. This is good for my practice.
Sure.
You
Yeah.
feel
Exactly.
different?
Yeah.
Is it a mirror neuron thing that makes this work?
Well, we can talk about it after, but mirror neurons, it's like saying when you move your hand, is that a muscle thing? It's like, yeah, it's a lot of things together. We're complex systems.
Okay.
Mirror neurons are part of how we're empathizing all the time, so absolutely they're involved. It's also a brick thing. It's also a bar thing.
How you feel?
But if you weren't making any reaction towards it, like, we wouldn't mirror
Hold.
that.
So talk about
we
it
do
as much
this
as we want
silently?
after. Let's do it first.
okay,
I like
okay.
experience first always for me.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
So, how are you with needles?
I'm
blood.
fine. Yeah, absolutely fine.
Interesting. Okay, most
Yeah.
people are not. So when you get a blood
I've done
taken,
it for myself.
You look.
Yeah, I definitely look.
you look. Okay, all right.
I've stuck
Gotta
a
watch
needle
the
in my
blood
own
going
arm.
through.
Okay.
For like a medical reason, not anything else. On the record.
Mom,
Okay. All right. We are going to just open this here. This invisible scalpel feels a little different to everybody as your mind puts that together. It's a little strange, but I'll open this up. Be Careful. I'm gonna need a nurse here. Who wants to help? Yeah? Okay, good.
We'll just put them in your jacket, okay?
I like it to be a stable surface of some sort.
Right.
So we can,
You don't want them to slide off.
Yeah, no, that's.
we also don't want to get,
on the floor.
don't want to ruin the merchandise either. Okay. So I'm gonna take out the muscle first. There we go. Take out the ligaments and the tendons there. And let's take out this bone too while we're at it. That there. And come in. And I can put in a brick. And another brick. Hey, careful, man.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Be careful with my
Yeah.
stuff.
Good money in the black market.
Another brick there. I'll sew this back up. How you feeling?
You're pretty heavy.
Yeah, right?
Like, I'm straining to lift.
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Like lift this one. Easy. No.
What if you take like a moment to like shake it out?
No.
It's like,
Here.
Then the bricks are gonna start falling. You're gonna break
Yeah.
your skin.
You want to break
That
your nose?
happened.
You're
They're
gonna break your
go
nose?
to like my shoulder.
My
I don't wanna do
invisible
that.
medical insurance does not cover that. Take out this brick. Don't. Got lots of these. I'll put it somewhere. And brick there.
Oh, this is better.
Yeah.
Feels lighter.
Right?
Yeah,
Immediately.
straining less. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay, so you want to feel the bar too?
yeah.
Okay. I'll take this bar and we'll put that in. There.
Ooh,
How's that feel?
it feels strong.
Yeah.
I have trouble at the airport.
Bend it. Bend it.
Whoa.
that's insane.
Look at this.
Yeah,
I'm
you-
trying to bend it.
I know. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Like the nerves are popping out. It's really straining.
That's insane.
Wait, you want it out? You want it out? You like
I
it
want
this
to play
way?
with it a little bit. Holy shit. Okay. I want it out. I want it out.
I want it out.
I like this attitude. All right. Sometimes it's a little uncomfortable coming out. Sorry. Oh, there.
That was so weird. That was so crazy.
Oops, I bumped my guy.
Whoa.
Sorry. So how you doing?
That was insane.
Do the hand thing. Do the hand thing.
Yeah, I want
Alright.
to try the microchip.
All right.
I mean, I already have one. I'm 3 times vaccinated, so I'm
Oh,
good with
so you got-
microchips, but like,
The funny thing is, after we do this, an invisible magnet will stick to your skin.
oh, cool.
So yeah,
Does that interfere with the other microchips?
it does. The government won't be able to track you.
Oh, nice.
You might start having your own opinions. It's a real mess.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
Straight to anarchy from there.
Okay. Take this open, and I am going to. Where did I put that guy? Oh, yeah, it's in here. And I'm gonna come in. This guy. Sew this back up, and it's different sides. This is gonna be a little weird. I haven't turned it on yet, though, so let's get that in there. There we go. Okay, yeah, there it is. Okay, so watch your pinky. Watch. Yeah? It's weird, right? Like, I don't normally have a shaky pinky, but when it's connected, often, yeah.
You have to move it for
Okay.
2. Becomes harder.
It's really weird.
Right? Yeah. And it gets weirder when I come here and you can kind of feel, just support you a bit. Almost like, that's your thumb?
So weird.
Yeah.
This is really
Say-
weird.
Say hello to your friends. Say hello to yourself. like the queen.
This is insane.
You got a good connection
I think
here.
I got the science behind it.
Yeah. Turn that off. Come in and take that guy out for you.
I'm so confused right now.
And sew that up.
Ellie dropped her guts.
Okay, I don't have anything in my arm right now.
Yeah, that's important.
Okay.
And actually, I've done this before. Not much, but like one time I was at a party. I forgot to put stuff back in.
It happens, you know?
It happens.
To the best of us.
And I got some complaints.
Really?
I did, yeah.
Okay, let me know where I can file. I just want to like be able to file an official
Yep.
complaint.
My invisible medical board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, careful, man. Were you just rubbing around his tendons? That's weird.
This one's squishy.
It's supposed to be.
Got some leftovers from lunch there.
Put in-
ranch sauce.
Hold on, we put in the bone here. And put in our tendons and ligaments there. It's important. Put in that muscle. And sew that back up. There we go.
Nice.
That
We're
off.
doing a little bit better.
How you feeling?
Back to normal.
Back to normal.
Normal.
It's weird that I wasn't normal. Like it feels noticeably different.
Yeah.
So weird.
That's
Crazy, right?
crazy.
Okay, why does it
That was so
happen?
cool.
Science, magic.
No, like,
Some face in
like
between.
the crossy thing, that's because like, right when you put the chip in, and then that's because like you're moving it, but the hands are crossed.
Do you want to test it?
Yeah.
This is a video for anyone who's really excited about getting into some of the nitty-gritty of performing things like psychic surgery. And to do that, I've enlisted the help of James Brown, consummate performer, who took psychic surgery. I gave it to him like 2 weeks before shooting this, or maybe 1 week. And within the first day, he'd done it once. Then by the weekend, he'd done it a handful of times. By the time we shot this video, he's done it over 20 times. So you'll get a little feedback from somebody who's done it a lot, or done a lot of performing and a lot of different types of performing. Now, this is going to be about an hour of us going back and forth. We're going to cover a few points, and we mostly stay on track, but there's a couple rabbit holes here. So I thought I'd give a really quick rundown of what we're going to get into in this video, and so you can have a heads up of whether it's for you. So we talk a little bit about some of the expectations, setting expectations, strategy. It's especially setting aside your preconceptions and remembering that actually what we're doing is tapping into a really natural ability. It just seems a little odd, so we can get in our heads about doing it right. We talk about how it's important to be able to ask for what you need. He mentions there's a couple times he struggled, and one of them was with, both of them were salvageable things. We talk about it a bit. One was the guy with an arm that was way too stiff, and you actually got to see me do that with Chris. He had a very stiff arm, and we kind of talked through it. And it's just a good example of when you're doing something real, it's okay to just ask for what you need. In my case, I needed Chris to relax a bit. We can do that. Especially if you're kind of new to this, there's going to be an adjustment phase. And as confident as I am when I go out and I do this kind of thing, there's a learning curve to everything. And you're going to find your niche, and maybe this is it, maybe not. But I know I'm always a little overconfident, because for me, psychic surgery is just like, I may have said it somewhere else in this video. For me, psychic surgery is like the sun's going to rise tomorrow. Of course, this is going to work the way I expect. But the fact is, there are more social considerations that I'm putting in about how I engage people, kind of how I'm reading the energy a bit. And also, when I'm teaching this to people, they get to see me do it. They get to feel it. Then they do it to each other. Then they go out and they get maybe a supported chance to try it with other people. And so that's the environment I'm used to teaching people. So you may have a different kind of learning curve depending on how you relate to this kind of stuff. And that's perfectly fine. This was in my book, so hundreds of people have used it. I've got a lot of feedback from them too. I know you can do it, but I don't want to make it I don't want to downplay any struggle that you might have on the learning curve that is inevitable for any time you're trying something. Obviously, some people are picking it up like that. I've already got some reviewers, like early reviewers, who watched it and they've gone out and done it. If that's not you, it's fine. There's a season for everybody. My sleight of hand still sucks. I'm working on it. We talk about how and why it's useful to be curious and playful. And especially in this kind of adjustment phase, we talk a little bit about listening to the quality of the yes when people are saying yes to things. I talk in the earlier videos about how as long as you're getting yeses, it's gangbusters, you're good to go. But there's always the quality of the yes that's worth considering. There's your sarcastic yeses and your I don't know yeses, and we get into it a little bit. We talk about some of the depth in the strategy. We talk about not getting hung up on specific outcomes. Okay, it's not about getting an iron bar. It's about what is an iron bar like for this person, because different people are going to have different experiences, and that's a good thing. We talk also about, and I think this is the most important part, but just like being easy on yourself as you learn, and a few thoughts on having the gift and losing the gift, and sort of the ups and downs of creating real magic for people. And I stand by that. I think this is an ideal training ground for it. It's a fun game. It seems to almost always work on its own. It's affected a lot by your energy. It's affected a lot by little, and not just whether or not it works, but how much it works. And even in the videos, if you we put in all the videos, even ones I kind of was cringing at, because you can see as I go through the day and I start to get tired, other people start to react yet less. And that's kind of par for the course. That's how it is. And that's, if anything, that's kind of what makes it a perfect training ground. We talk a little bit about, but I'll say it here now because I think it's important, how this is not me saying you should do things the way I do, but rather I'm offering sort of a different lens in a lot of what I'm doing. And I think it's great to play with it, see if it works for you, or I guess see how it works for you. So you can go out and play with it and feel for yourself that there's more there. And when you realize there's more there, the sky's the limit. That's the exciting thing for me. And I guess lastly, because this is a bonus video after, I don't know if this is going to be before or after the other bonus video, but there's a lot of content here. So if you've gotten this far, it means you're interested enough that you've dove this deep. And so I'll put this here because might as well be here as anywhere else, that if you care this much, if you're this interested, if you're really getting into that nitty gritty, it sounds like you're one of my people. It sounds like we have a lot of common interests. And one of the best things that ever came out of sharing that was just the interesting people I ran into. So if you watch through this, if you're interested in some of the dynamics, if you think it suits your style, or you're just kind of curious how my style blends with yours, find me and we'll make magic together. So with that said, here's me and James getting into it. Enjoy. So you have very minimal warning about what we're doing going in, but as I started to explain, and then we hit record because why not explain it live, is I was a little, because I have some uncertainty about this product, this project, psychic surgery, and who it's going out to. I know it's probably going to go to a lot of people who have a lot of performing experience and people who have no performing experience and everyone in between. And I also know that a lot of the assumptions that I have about where people are coming from will probably be mistaken. So, I wanted to kind of make a little video that bridges some of the gaps there, especially because I think in the video proper, Chris had asked, okay, what about this or that circumstances? And I answered sometimes, and there's a couple times where I was like, okay, we'll get to that later. And I felt like, he had said, what about, what if you're dealing with an asshole? And I was kind of like, well, there's ways of dealing with assholes. We can talk about it, but also don't work with assholes, which I think is actually sound advice, but we could do better. And I had wanted this to be, a lot of this video, this project happened kind of on a lark. Jake wanted to make a video. We were in town together. So I was like, hey, let's do, I don't know what my rating is, the content rating on it. I was like, hey, screw it. Let's do it. And so we did. And I have a lot of uncertainty about where this is going to end up and when it's going to happen. So why not give people this nice little gateway drug to trying a different type of experience? And it's best if whenever you're doing a gateway drug, it's best when there's fewer side effects. So this will at least come a little bit to that. That said, of course, I want to emphasize that you don't have to know how and why everything works. I talk about it, of course, more in, I don't know if you can see that reality is an art. But you don't need that book in order to dive in and just get some experience and see that, yes, this can work, and it can work a lot differently than you expect, probably depending on your expectations. So just jump in. And this is the help you jump in video that I'm kind of doing after the fact. Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Perfect. So I made some points essentially around just a couple useful thoughts to have as you're going in and trying this out for the first time, or I don't know, the first time of this specifically, if you haven't before. And then a few, we'll get into some points that I think are always useful to keep in mind when you're in the moment. And then if there's some time or inclination at the end and we're not too tired, because I know I'm kind of at the end of my energy today, getting close to it, we could talk about maybe some more stories or examples or interesting things. I haven't written any of those down, but whatever comes up will probably be the best. They will probably emerge naturally anyway. So sound good?
Yeah, perfect.
Cool. So, yeah, I guess I want to start out first with, acknowledging the different expectations that people have going in. I felt under some pressure to advertise this as like a 100% way of creating, mind body effects. And I have some issues around that. First of all, I don't think anything is 100% out of the box. Even like you buy a magic thing in an actual box, anything can go wrong. But especially something that's interpersonal, there's a lot of variables that you just, I can't predict how somebody else is going to use it. I know that for me, ever since I, so to speak, brought psychic surgery back out of the box, it's been 100%. It's, and we can talk about a little bit about when 100% isn't 100% later. But for me, it's been like, yes, this will work. This will happen. But if we can set that aside for now and essentially say, I will say, if this is 50% for you, I think it's still worth it. And here's why. So a couple things that came to mind is, so whether or not this works, you're being authentic, you're engaging somebody's imagination. There's clearly no trick. In a lot of ways, it's really low stakes. You're essentially saying, hey, do you want to play a game? Or hey, do you want to do a little experiment? Especially, magicians and mentalists often say, let's do a little experiment. Well, if this is your first time, it genuinely is an experiment. And so just use that frame for real. But it can be really low stakes because you are doing a thing that's real. If it were to not work, that just proves that you're somebody who's doing something authentic and real. If you're actually curious, your curiosity will tend to be a little contagious towards that person, and get them in the moment. It happens so quickly that if you were to fall flat on your face, which, having taught so many people, I'm thinking just of like put bricks in the arm. I feel like if you have just this tiniest shred of confidence, you won't fall flat on your face. But even if you were to, it happens so quickly. You're just like, you're through it in 30 seconds. And not only that, you have this amazing frame of childhood games. And I feel like, if you're so unconfident about the method and you're not ready to experiment with that, consider experimenting with a frame, because people open right up the moment you bring that in. And so, yeah. And I guess I'll say, yeah, just that first bit, it works astonishingly reliably as long as you have this tiniest shred of confidence, and people don't know what to expect anyway. So you know.
Yeah.
Thoughts on that one?
Yeah, no, completely. I think one of the things that made the biggest difference as I was developing, and you know, as you rightly said, I've not done this a huge amount of times, but we're definitely into. I've performed it 20 times, give or take, and one of the first things that struck me was the willfully buying into it myself. That rather than this was something that I was just going through the motions and doing. It's not like you do a card trick when you know full well that what you're doing isn't real, and the card didn't just magically change. It changed because you switched it or you did a move, and you're very aware of that in the moment. This actually requires you to join in with the game fully and to think and feel and act as if it's happening. And the moment I got that in my head, in that playful frame, then it became. I mean, it's just been a joy to play with and perform. And I've only had 2 occasions where it hasn't worked at all. First occasion was simply because the person wasn't engaging with me, full stop, and I'd chosen the arsehole.
Yes.
And rather than dealing with that fact, I kind of just steamed on in, and you know, then wasn't surprised that I was digging a hole for myself. The only other occasion was, and we can dig into this further down the line if you'd rather, when the person presented an arm that was already like a flipping block of iron. There was so much tension in them, and I didn't address that either. So there was no experience for them in the process. You know, putting a brick into an arm that already feels like it's got all the bricks it needs isn't gonna create any moment for them. But I learned those lessons really quickly, and coming into that sense of, we're playing a game. This is a childlike experience of an imagination game. That whole frame is such a delicious place to play, and you can see people, as you say, this isn't a moment of challenge. This isn't like a trick where you're trying to catch me out. This is us engaging in an imaginative, childlike place. Are you okay to join me with that? And and you can see them. They immediately go, "Okay, I'm there." And the eyes go wider, and there's an expectation and a sense of excitement and wonder and curiosity. And I think, to me, even with the limited experience I have, that moment before I even go into psychic surgery or what it's about or what I'm going to do, but right at the beginning when I said, "Have you ever played those imagination games as a child? You know, are you up to for joining me with that and playing something?" In that moment, if I see the eyes open with the excitement and expectation, I kind of mentally go, "Okay, we're done. We're fine." Yeah. I can just completely give into this moment now because we're already there.
Yeah. And I love that you said that, because I truly believe that anytime somebody seems to be doing something interesting, they, at best, I'm going to say 60% understand what they're doing and why. And so there's always these little pieces that, they think are important that actually aren't, and vice versa. So I always want to have that caveat, and which is another reason to not do the 100% thing. But the other thing that struck me there is when I'm talking about the method, a lot of the time people will start thinking about the method here. But I start thinking about the method when I say, "Do you want to play?" And I get those multiple yeses, and you're kind of bouncing energy against the person. And, when I say, and I won't say it always works, but when I say it seems to always work, the fact is that if you get Mr. Asshole, and I had this later in my notes, but whatever, we'll do it now. There are ways of handling that. And if you don't handle it, you can't do the effect. So find someone else or handle it. And I think that's true of, you know, like the example in the video I gave was if you said pick a card to someone and they said no, like, what are you going to do? You know, they made their choice. That's their choice. Yeah. So, yeah, we can come back to that. We'll see. But
I was going to say on this subject, the let's just deal with this little elephant in the room quickly.
Sure.
On this whole idea of it always works.
yeah,
So I had this with an effect I put out many moons ago called cerebral steel, which was a hypnotic based effect. And people would often say to me, you know, what's the success rate? I've tried it and I couldn't get it to work. And I was like, well, it kind of does always work for me. But part of the reason it always works for me is exactly what you've just said. And that is that the process for me started way before I said, you know, look at this card or this word or whatever.
Yeah.
And I would never get to that point of sort of starting cerebral steel as a trick until I knew that this person was in the right frame of mind, in the right space, that we had the right dynamic.
Yeah.
And hence why it always worked when I performed it. But I was always selective to when and who I performed it to.
Yeah.
And I thought about the environment, I thought about the relationship I had with the person, and what space they were in at the time. So I would say the same thing applies to this, in that sense that we can confidently say, not from a marketing point of view of trying to sell a product, but from a realistic point of view, this always works, providing you're actually going down the route, and that you've practiced. You know, even a self-working works every time out of the box miracle can fail if you can't be bothered to read the instructions and do it in the way it's explained and described. Right. So I think that's kind of an important point to raise right now, that this will work as long as you've properly gone through the process and you've learned. Now, in the period of time where you're practicing and developing those skills, you shouldn't have the expectation of it working perfectly every time, because, you know, what does? You've got a learning curve to go through. You've got to put the time and the effort to practice, to work it through, to find your own voice and your own pace. Once you've done all those things, then you can decide whether it's true or not to say that it works every time.
Yeah. I like it. I feel like you've been reading my notes, and I'm going to run out of things to say. But that's actually good. That's a good. It's a good problem to have. I had a thought on the. Oh, well, actually, a good example of this is if you look in. So, unlike cerebral steel, maybe I only gave a cursory look at what that was. But with this, in all the videos and in all of the, you know, in the dozen or so times when I was in Europe where I did it, in almost every occasion, it was just like the first thing I did, walk up to a person, you want to see something weird or what have you, or it comes up conversationally. So I don't want to give the sense that there has to be all this rigmarole. It's just that the rigmarole matters, even if it's like momentary. And a great example of that is if you look in the video where people are like super, like the very first video is the first people I walked up to and the first people I had done this with in like months or maybe years. And because I'd done it the December before, it was like 8 months before that. And then before that, anyway, it doesn't matter. You'll see that there's two people who are losing their minds and they're like, oh my God, he's in my head. And there's one guy who's in the back and he's like, wow, amazing. Whoa. But he's actually scared. And you can, the guy, I think he's wearing a hat. And that's the kind of guy who's going to be more of a slow burn where, you know, he will be there, but he's so clearly uncomfortable and feeling not in control of the situation that I wouldn't have, if he just said, I want to experience that 100%, I would have been there. I would have noticed how uncomfortable he was and worked with that. But as long as he's in the back going like, because afterwards I was like, and you don't see this on the video, but a whole bunch of people started crowding around. We met a whole bunch of people, started doing stuff. And after I turned to him, I was like, hey, do you want to feel what your friends felt? And he's just like, no, and he gave some weird excuse like, my uncle does Reiki. And I don't remember. It's like, I don't know what he was even saying. But it was kind of like, I understand what's going on. It was kind of I get it. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. And I was like, okay.
The way you said that, like, he's like, no, I don't want to do this. My uncle does Reiki. Kind of raises some safeguarding issues, doesn't it?
Probably. But like, it doesn't matter what he said. The implication was like, I'm uncomfortable, and also I want to give some kind of explanation on this. And you'll, in the full performance, he might even chime in a couple times of being like, how is this possible? Or like, he'll suggest some sort of reason.
Oh, he did. Yeah, I remember watching that, and he was the guy that sort of threw out. He said something like, yeah, he was the one that said, "Oh, this is mirror neurons, isn't it?"
Yeah. Yes.
And you were kind of like, "Yeah, but it's also." Yes, it's also the bricks, which I thought was a great response, by the way. I thought that was a really lovely response. You know,
we don't want to get too into the weeds, but mirror neurons are one of those things where it's like actually poorly understood, but sounds like it is very specific. So people will just throw it out, and you can kind of be like, it's like somebody saying it's metabolism, and you're like, yes, without life processes, we wouldn't be doing this.
But bringing it back. So actually, this is an important little moment here, that part of the process of creating the right environment is actually to have that sense of awareness that whilst you absolutely can walk up to somebody cold and just begin with nothing other than, did you ever play games as a kid, imagination games and bits and pieces, and do you want to see something or experience something a bit strange, or a bit playful, a bit weird, that might be all you need. But within that, you also simultaneously need to be paying attention to the person and their behavioral responses. Because if somebody says, if you get, do you want to experience something weird? And they're like, then you've got to be aware of there's some fear and uncertainty. And whilst that doesn't mean you can't do anything, it definitely has to inform how you proceed.
Yes.
As opposed to the person who's like wide-eyed and absolutely straight in there, no problems.
Which is useful to know. I just, because that's the kind of thing where at workshops I'll do deep dives into how you can find that out and work with it. I talk about it a bit in some of the books and stuff, but I think at a certain point, it's like talking about the dynamics of riding a bike before you're on a bike. And it's better if you just don't know about curbs when you're getting on a bike, because it's mostly not going to matter. Well, it's mostly not going to matter as long as you're in a certain like kind of safe-ish place. And I think this effect is kind of that safe-ish place. It's low barrier, high impact, almost always works just on its own without even thinking about the other variables. So good to have in mind. I don't want to focus too much on it right off the bat because it's not necessary.
Just as a little thought on that, one thing that might be worthwhile doing with regards to this whole thing, and that is get some footage of just going through, not the whole thing, but just teaching a child how to put bricks in another child's arm, because it's a very childlike game to begin with, and that's its origins. But actually, that in and of itself, I think, would be a real useful thing for adults to see, to realize, I don't need to overthink this. I don't actually need to take this, I can just do this and it's going to have an effect, and it's going to be a great moment and a great piece of playfulness.
Damn it. That's a really good idea, and I love it. If I add anything more to this, Jake's going to murder me. So don't know. But yeah, that would be a
your
great
analogy
way.
About there's no point in but it's a little bit like the idea that I can't remember who it was. Some motivational speakery guy talks about the idea of slalom skiers going through the trees. They're not looking at the trees, because if they're thinking, don't hit the tree, don't hit the tree, they're going to hit the tree. They actually have to be thinking, stay on the path, follow the snow. And there's a similar thing going on here, that if you're coming into this with the sort of childlike purity of, I'm putting a brick in somebody's arm, that's way better to learn and develop the skills and the experience than coming in with the what if, because now you're gonna just keep hitting the trees.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Perfect. Let's drive on, just so we don't have too long of a thing for people. Because I said it's going to be kind of quick points and tips. I guess I can always change the title. So a couple of the stuff I was going to talk about, we already touched on, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. But one of the other reasons, so we got into this from like reasons to do it anyway, even if it is just 50%. And so I think it's also a great way of practicing all the things that make real stuff more reliable and better and more impactful. So you get to practice that play frame. You talked a bit about that and how engaging that can be and how disarming and how it invites people in. Practicing group dynamics. We talked a bit about that, where you're seeing, how people bounce off each other a little bit, how they're responding to what you're doing. And it's a great way of practicing you being as authentically in the moment as they are, as you talked about you mentioned that too. And so when we're putting the bricks in the arm, when we're cutting them open, all that kind of stuff, we're invested in it and we're treating it as though it's real, even though it's surreal at the same time. We're treating it as though it's real. And so, it's, as we play the game, it's kind of this liminal game where it's real and it's not real at the same time. And all of those are things where if this just isn't your style, you never use it again. It just opens so many doors, as just finding the right way to do it opens so many interesting doors for whatever other kind of performing.
Yeah.
Oh, and actually I'll add to that. If you go watch the performance footage, you'll see also how, when somebody is, actually, this is more a point later, but I'll just say it now and refer back to it. There are people who are not responding correctly in every single video, I think, which kind of makes sense because it was my first time back, and it was like we had this big thing planned, and then we got rained out, and we went to a market. We caught some stragglers by a doorway. Super wonky situation, so you'll see that, for example, the iron bar. Some people, they can't move their arms, some they can. And all of those things I'm accepting as fine. With the first girl, I'm kind of holding her a little bit so she's not bending too much, or sometimes I'll do little mechanical things just to create the full picture of how it's working. But most of the time it's just like, it's fine. I'm riding the experience. I'm going through the steps, and I'm not getting too in my way about, oh no, her arm bent, therefore this won't work, therefore that won't work. I'm kind of like, okay, this is what an arm is like for her. But then for the next guy, that's where he's like, almost like I was worried about him pulling something. So
yeah,
just
but so within that as well, there's it's this idea of recognizing that just because the person doesn't respond outwardly in the way that you want them to, or arguably is possibly most conducive to a theatrical experience as well sometimes, doesn't mean they haven't had a meaningful experience. There's a great interview done with David Blaine a few years ago, where he was talking about the very first TV special he did and a performance of a particular little piece of magic on this, I don't know, 12, 13-year-old boy. And he vanished a coin off the back of they put a coin on the back of the kid's hand, waved his hand, and the coin vanished. And whilst other people were like losing their minds and getting all excited, this little boy was just like, whoa. That was it. Just like the flattest, nondescript response you could imagine. And all the TV executives were like, yeah, we'll just scrap that. We'll scrap that. And he fought tooth and nail to keep that little moment in, because he said that moment was it was like the most profound response to that trick. It was just it was all happening inside.
Yeah.
And actually, it made me realize when I was looking back at that clip subsequently and thinking about other performances of my own, that sometimes I've made the mistake of writing somebody off as not responding because they didn't respond the way I wanted them to. And actually, we need to also be careful. Like, so I had this the other night when I did psychic surgery. The bricks, the guy was like, "Oh, I can't lift my arm. This is insane." Put the iron bar in, and he went, "Oh, that's mad. That's absolutely mad."
Yes.
And I'm thinking, this doesn't make sense. How's he saying that it's mad, yet he's bending his arm with absolute freedom?
Yes.
But I realized in that moment, I don't need to fight this. I don't need to challenge this. But also, I never set any expectation. So when I put the bricks in the arm or put the iron bar in, my only comment is, how does that feel?
Yes.
Not, can you lift it? Is that heavy? Try and bend it and find you can't. None of that stuff. It's just, how does that feel?
Yes.
And some people will immediately understand the context and they will go, I can't lift it or I can't bend it. Wonderful. But you've still given somebody what they're interpreting is a feeling, which is incredibly magical, regardless.
Yes. And that's I love that, and that's one of the mixed feelings I have about a lot of my work is, you can actually create experiences and direct them quite specifically. That's and I think that when I started sharing my stuff, a lot of people got excited about that specifically. But I'm torn on that because actually a lot of the time you don't want to. You are more in the moment and creating something more real when you create a space and you allow the things that they're bringing into it too. And you'll find often when you do that, like the more because like with this, there's some effects where you're like you're very tight in your control and creating a thing. There's somewhere you're more loose. And since writing that, I've tended a lot more towards the less controlled ones where you're creating something and then letting, getting more from the person rather than directing, because that's a lot of where a lot of the real stuff comes from. That's where, and it's not like it's my goal, but I think people can sense that and they bring in real things. And, I do the invisible rope a lot with people who actually have a ton of trust issues, and they tell me afterwards, and it was like something for them was really important to like play in this space with that thing. And they get a lot out of it. And if I make it all about this person falls over rather than about giving them an experience, those things don't happen. And so when I talk about real magic, I'm not just talking about, and this is kind of an aside, so we'll not stay here very long, but I'm not just talking about you do a real thing and there's a real effect. You make an invisible rope and it becomes real. You take an invisible scalpel and it actually does things on people. That's a real part. But also how people are feeling subjectively inside, that's real. It's not just an appearance thing, and how they're relating to it, that's real. And the frames that they're coming in with, when somebody's an asshole, it's control, it's vulnerability. It's like, those are real and you're dealing with them as those things. And I talk a lot about that elsewhere, but I think that's, maybe that's a little too in the weeds.
But it's true. We can bring it back out of the weeds, because actually what you're really talking about here is this what's at the heart of an awful lot of your work, which is this notion of building worlds together.
Yes.
That if I'm like, let's look at the hypnotic variation of some of this stuff. If I'm just almost just directing everything, like just telling you what to think and how to react and how to behave and what to experience, then that's entirely coming from me. You have no part to play other than doing. Whereas what we're talking about here, and what you talk about a lot in the book and in the manuscripts that I've read from you, is this idea that we are doing this together, that you're feeding, the other person is feeding into this experience, and they are making decisions about what it looks like, what it feels like, what direction it's going to go. And as a performer, you're working with them, not at them or against them, to create these beautiful moments. So in that sense, it is important that we give people the freedom to kind of take it in a different direction.
Yeah.
You know, I did psychic surgery a few weeks ago where really quickly it was so evident that the person needed this wasn't a moment where they just playfully went, "Oh, that's mad, that's crazy." There was something else going on, and there was a dare I say it, a therapeutic healing moment that naturally evolved because they needed it to. It was their decision to go in that direction, and because we were doing this together, I wasn't resistant to that, and it was a wonderful moment. It was a genuinely wonderful moment. But that couldn't have happened unless I was willing to let them direct things equally as much as I wanted to steer it.
Yeah, I think that's a useful point, even just to say that, you know, even though this can work out of the box on its own, so to speak, there's a lot more to it if you like. And I think also you don't have to worry too much about, I don't know, someone comes up for therapy all the time, because I do think that you get what you put out. If you're not super comfortable, you'll get people who are kind of default comfortable anywhere. They don't need a lot of safety and testing and all that kind of stuff. Or, you know, you'll start with you're doing low stakes stuff with the bricks in the arms and stuff. A lot of the stuff I do it's not in a magic show context. It's in, you know, talking about mind body effects and mental health and that kind of stuff. So there's, it can also be very simple, although there are all these other layers to it, which I think are really useful, and some people will be interested in them. I'll leave it there. Now, I had said, I don't know if I said it at the beginning to you or to everybody, depending when we started recording, but I said I wanted to do 3 points to keep in mind while you're doing it. So some of what we had said already is just kind of, you're getting into it, assume that it either can always work or not always work, whatever. Just go out and try it. As you said, put in your paces and find out what works for you. Great. So here's some things to keep in mind that I think will make it go really well. So 3 of them. One is be curious. And we covered almost all my notes on this anyway already, but I think it's useful to reiterate. You know, when we talked about all reactions are good reactions, or all responses are good responses, you can be the one who makes a reaction bad by going, like you said, somebody moves their arm and they're like, "That's mad," and you go, "Oh shit, it didn't work." It worked for him. Get out of your way. Get out of your own way. You know, like I mentioned when there are people who are not super responsive, and I don't like the angle from our instructional, so I'll say it again. Like, I am making a very weird arm bend, and everybody watching sees an iron bar, and their experience matters because I'm trying to build on their experience, but it doesn't matter in that I'm managing perceptions too. So in one sense, anything can become a real reaction that you can use. And also anything can be a reaction that you're theatrically putting into this context so that, you know, everyone walks away seeing an iron bar.
Yeah. As magicians would sort of look at that, they would see this idea of a dual reality, that whilst in that moment, the person might not be having the full-on experience. You know, we're talking worst-case scenario here. Yeah, the person might not be having that full-on experience from the audience's perception because of the position their arms in and because of the context of everything they've seen. There's still a strong effect.
Yes, and it's kind of like dual reality plus, because you're creating a perception globally. You're also creating a perception for the person, and so you may know that in this context, this person isn't necessarily feeling the thing, but it's not like a dual reality or they're not feeling it to the extent that you want. But it's not like you're creating a dual reality where you're fooling this person to fool those people. You're genuinely doing a thing. And if somehow the sun's in your eyes and they're standing on tacks so they can't feel or listen to you, you can still make it look good. And then continue on with other people or what have you. I'd also say, as part of being curious, and we mentioned this, you're kind of discovering as you go. That's a very contagious frame. It's like, what is an iron bar like for this person? Not did it work or not? And also, as a part of that, don't get hung up on specific results, because as you say, people have different experiences, and that's a good thing. A great example of this is Chris. He's the guy, I don't know if you saw the full videos recently, but he's the guy who, great guy. Highly recommend Chris to the world. But he could see me cutting things. And he could see all this kind of stuff. That will happen with some people. And that's something that you can, using certain principles, make much more likely. But I'd say don't, especially when you're starting out. Don't worry about it. Let people have their experience. And as they have an experience, you can just be like, like just, you can just accept that that's how it's supposed to be. They don't have any frame of reference. And so when they respond, they're like, oh my God, I see blood pouring out. You could be like, yeah, crazy, right? And as far as anyone there is concerned, that's how it always is.
Yeah. So with this idea of discovery, curiosity and discovery, do you think there's value in thinking as if and acting as if this is like a new experience for you every time? So,
True,
so sort of in that moment, like when the bricks are going in and you can, the arm's getting heavier, that you're actually in the moment, kind of like, kind of sort of going, holy shit, wow, this is insane, isn't it? Like really sharing in that authenticity of a new experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, a little nerd side aside, there's like research evidence that shows that actually new psychotherapists on average are better than psychotherapists who've been at it a long time. Just like on average, they get a little worse. And of course, there's ones who get way better. With caveat. But like part of it is that it's your first time, you care a lot, and you're like super engaged, and so if you can do that every time, you're as much as I kind of laugh off people who just are not like the whole idea of dismissing a thing as mirror neurons is very simplistic. Like mirror neurons are there because we are actively modeling each other all the time. We are, you are in me as we are talking, like in a neurological sense, and vice versa. I'm glad you could be mature about that. And
so difficult.
But it's true. And, so yes, I think absolutely. That's a long way of answering. Yes, absolutely. You are, I think if you can do that, great. And often at the beginning, your results will be better, because by the time you've done it 100 times, if it's just a grind for you, it's more likely to be a grind for them.
Yeah.
Okay. Point 2, let go of your preconceptions. We talked about this a bit already too. I've taught this to kids. I've taught this to adults. I've taught this to professionals. I've taught this to non-professionals. I've taught it widely. And the thing that seems to matter the most is not how experienced you are, but how much you're able to hold your experience loosely and just go into the experience with this person. Especially because, like I work a lot with hypnotists. Hypnotists do amazing mind-body stuff. No doubt about it. They also overcomplicate almost everything I try to teach them because, well, they just do. And so I'm like, do your amazing wizard stuff, but just also set that aside for a moment and say, well, what if you don't have to say anything at all? What if it can be simple? What if just ride the what if? And I think it's kind of a universal truth in a sense that the more you focus on your technique and theory and words, the less you're able to play. And in this case, what we're doing is we're playing a game. So we want to be playful and invite people into this game. And when we do that, the technique, the theory and stuff doesn't really matter that much. So you could do your thing, but also set that aside for a moment and see how this goes. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. But just on that, I did a demonstration at a recent conference, and kind of trying to get that point across. And so, if you can imagine, so what I did is I presented something, a technique where I purposefully did the technique kind of wrong. I said right from the beginning, I'm going to be doing all the wrong things, saying the wrong words, fluffing through things. But at some point, the only thing that's going to change is that I will shift from not believing in what I'm doing to believing in what I'm doing. And that was the thing that made the greatest difference. That was the moment the person went, oh, okay, now something's changed. And really the point of this is that sort of playful frame of I'm not worried about the technique. That's not where my attention is. The wording is not where my attention is, not in that specific way. The thing that I really care about in all of this is the belief. It is really sort of stepping into this real world that we've just created together, and being as real as I can be within that world. And that to me seems to make more difference. And I've said this when I've been teaching hypnosis over the years. We're taught to get so wrapped up in the words, the scripts. You've got to say these things in these ways and with this tonality. And after 20 odd years, I've realized, no, you don't. The thing that matters is, are we engaging? Are we connecting? Are we being playful? Am I making this reality real by how I act and behave? That seems to make the greatest difference.
Yeah,
certainly in my experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and the last thing, which is kind of probably an unusual thing to put in was essentially a magic video, but this is my first one that I've done like this, so we'll see how people respond. I put be gentle on yourself, and I specifically put this because I think it's generally a true thing when you're learning anything. The thing that stops us from learning the most is self-judgment, but also I had an experience a couple months ago where I essentially woke up on the kryptonite side of the bed and had a few days where I was just like completely off my game, couldn't do what I wanted to do. And it was kind of devastating in some ways. And so much of that, and I was able to pull back. But so much of that was just like getting in my own head and being self-judgmental, especially because, I'd been somebody who for years just hadn't had that kind of problem. And so, I like extra spiraled. And of course, as we talked about, there's ways of handling that. There's ways of handling difficulties with other people, with yourselves. And just like, in spite of doing that for years, teaching it for years, doing this kind of stuff with skeptics, like in the moment that kind of almost primal self-judgment came up, I couldn't do those things. It was like, forgetting how to walk almost. And so, I wanted to just like put that out there and say like, it is, in terms of forgetting how to walk, it's like, if you've ever, I talk about, oh, this is easy. Even kids do it. There's a lot of things that kids do that are actually, quite easy for them and not easy for us, like learning how to walk. And it's because they haven't figured out that they can call themselves an idiot if they can't walk. They just do it and they fall and they get up and then eventually they're fine. Eventually they're so good at it that years later, if for some reason they can't walk for a day, they're completely in their heads. And so especially for people who already have a background, the stuff that I'm offering, I think, isn't a replacement for what you do. It can be a new lens to look at it. It can be a thing to use on the side. It can be a thing to amp people up with using the stuff you have, or the stuff you have, you attach it on the other end, whatever. It's anytime you have something already and you're trying something a little bit different, you go back to that sort of childlike, I don't know situation. And it can be really uncomfortable and it can be vulnerable. And that actually can be an incredibly engaging thing with people where you're a little not sure. Like that can be a ton of energy to use in your performance. But when it's not, it almost certainly will become some kind of like self-judgment and lack of confidence and tear yourself apart. or so I've heard and read. So, yeah. That, I guess that's it. The feeling of potential in this, doing anything new can be really engaging, especially when you're engaging people in this play that creates these interesting mind-body experiences. It just can also go the other way too.
Well, the whole self-judgment thing, I've argued for many years is the reason why, in the context of talking about performers, the magicians fail in their own estimations. Why does magic go wrong? Why do you get caught? Why do you get caught out? Why does magic go wrong, etc.? And I would say that more often than not, it's because we are being unkind on ourselves, and that unkindness is creating the problem. A very good friend of mine, Howard Cooper, who's a change worker and therapist and all around, good egg and well-educated guy, makes the comment that most of the problems that we experience in our life only exist because we're searching for a solution to them. In other words, the moment we've labeled it as a problem that we have to find an answer to, it's that journey to solve the problem that is causing us most of the problem. I think there's a lot of truth in this area as well. The moment we start to become self-critical because somebody didn't respond the way that we wanted to, and we take that on ourselves as the cause or the blame, we make life really hard. And it's taken me a long, long time in this business to realize that somebody just looking at I do a bit of magic and somebody kind of just goes, huh, that was shit. I know how that's done. That actually doesn't reflect on me. That tells me nothing about me, nothing at all about me. But it does tell me something about where that person is in this moment. Yeah. That's it. That's all it tells me. And, I'd lost, I remember back in the day, I lost days, weeks, months, angsting over how one spectator reacted to magic that I'd done. Yeah. And it was the dawning revelation that probably 30 seconds after, as he'd walked off to the bar, I never appeared in the man's thinking again. Yeah. For the rest of his days, he never thought of me again. Yet I wasted 2 weeks, beating myself up. And it was quite a big lesson for me to realize, do you know what? Be kind. Be kind to myself in these moments, but also be kind to the other people. That not attacking the attacker. Yeah. Was way better. I mean, you might win the tiny little battle that the audience around you go, haha, you came up with a really good put down line for that guy. But actually, in my experience, it's being kinder to everybody involved always seems to have the better outcome for everybody involved.
Yeah, yourself included.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
I wish you told me that 25 years ago.
Well, that was not being
listening to this or listen to it today.
I was going to say, I don't think that was being taught in my grade 4 or whatever. Oh God.
Okay.
At that point,
I feel extra old. Thank you.
There was very little lack of self-judgment. There's a lot of judgment on it. But I think maybe what comes to mind when you're talking about that is okay, we're dealing with people who are performers, not performers, all sorts of different backgrounds. But that, like, having met all of these different people, I just have to say, from a place of a lot of confidence, you have something to share. You have something to give that's really, really, really can affect people, that can be fun for yourself. Do it as best you can. A lot of the time you're buying something because you feel this feeling of potential, like, oh, if I have this thing, I could, do this with so-and-so. Like, yeah, that's like, lean into it, man. It's, we're only here for so long. Yeah. So to kind of wrap that all up, Who should you start with? A curious non-asshole, I'll say. And then once you feel comfortable with that, try some assholes. Yeah, I'm testing you today. And of course, I think I mentioned in the video, like this can be great with skeptics. Like the way I can think of a bunch of, I used to do this in science classes all the time. This was a common one for me. I didn't have bridge when I was doing science lectures. And there's a lot of great ways to frame it with skeptics. It can be great fun to practice that, especially because whether they're curious or whether they like curious, oh my God, this is amazing, I want to see, or curious, like what's really going on here. There's nothing for them to find. What's happening is you're showing something that's really happening in the human mind and body. And if they engage, they can experience. And if they don't, they can't. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you have any thoughts before we wrap this up? Do you have any thoughts when it comes to the family and friends thing? Because from a magic point of view, a sleight of hand point of view, family and friends can be a bit of a minefield in the early days. Do you feel that there is any parallel in this sort of area where are you benefited or not by practicing on your family and friends?
So we've probably had this conversation before because it relates to magic in the Bible. But that line, you can be a prophet anywhere but your own home, where Jesus is out and he's doing all sorts of crazy things and he comes back to his hometown and can't do anything. I think that's very true. I don't think it's a life sentence. I think, I can't think of anyone in my life who I wouldn't show something like this to now. But I would say, it definitely, I would say this could be another thing to play with, because it's not, so maybe don't start with your most skeptical family member. But one of the reasons it's hard to do a lot of magic, and you know more about this than me, so feel free to cut me off at any point. But a lot of the time, in order to experience something magical, you kind of have to hop over the mundane explanation for the thing happening. It's really hard for someone to hop over mundane reactions and frames when they've seen you in your diapers. And so it's, you don't know James is a magical person, but you do know this other guy's a magical person and you don't know his diaper stories. So it's easier for you to make that connection. So that's one dynamic. But in the case of something like this, like I said, there's nothing to find. So if you frame it right, if you frame it as, to match their worldview, say, they're a skeptic and you talk, fine, bring mirror neurons out of the closet. And you go that way, it can absolutely work. And I've done it before. So I'd say don't start there maybe, unless you have somebody you're pretty sure is good for this kind of thing. But don't assume that you can't do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And because we're about to wrap up, I'm going to plug a book, not mine, although it's great. But Folk Illusions by Brandon Baker and Claiborne Rice. It came out a couple years ago. It's essentially a book about kid games. A lot of those little games you play as kids. I wish it had existed when I wrote my stuff, because I did get into kid games, but there was not this like anthropological, semi-scientific thing. So I think that could be a lot of inspiration for performances. It could be a lot of inspiration for your frames for people. It could just also make you excited, and that is contagious. So if you're looking for some inspiration, check that out. Otherwise, just do it. I don't know. Do you have any?
I'll give you a book a plug as well. In fact, I went up to my shelf. I've got it on my shelf right here. So I would seriously recommend Reality as an art. And I won't tell anybody what you wrote on the inside cover for me. That's between us.
I don't think I remember.
It was, I'll tell you afterwards. I mean, basically, you were clearly in a silly mood that day and you were slightly taking the piss, but thank you. Now, everybody watching this is going to be wondering, what on earth did he write? You're never going to know. Get used to it. But it's a wonderful book, and I think it's an important book as well. And I'm not just saying that because you're here, but from the perspective of, it really does give you some great insights, and you also expand on an awful lot of the things that we've just talked about as well, with regards to setting frames and expectations, and who you are in these moments, and why this stuff matters, why it works. And as much as we are talking about simple, fun effects, if you wish, with psychic surgery, there is something much more fundamental going on under the surface, which, as you start to perform it more, I think the more you perform it, the more your own brain, we don't need to tell you this. As you perform it, you're going to start to go, oh right, okay, there's other little things going on here. It opens the doorway to lots of other ways of seeing the magic that we do as performers. And even if you're not a performer, if you're coming from a completely non-performance based place for this,
yes,
what it will help you to understand about how we make the world around us is, in and of itself, in my opinion, incredibly important to understand and to explore.
Yeah, good.
So,
thank you. And
the book.
Good. Yes, do buy the book. Well, if it's been hard to find for a while, but I'm going to try to make it easier. And I think that's another good thing too, is because every time I share a thing, what'll often happen, or anytime anyone shares something, is people will put it within the frames they already know. Okay, it's like magic, it's like suggestion. You put it in that box. Boxes are great in some sense. They make things very easy and comprehensible, but in another sense, they're very restrictive. And I like to think of a lot of what we're doing as we're not like these experts on all of human experience, as often people portray themselves, whether they believe it or not, whatever. But actually what we get to be is better than that. We get to be this expert on this 1% of human experience, this 1% of kind of how our mind-body machinery works in this one specific way, but it opens this 99%, this greater expansive possibility. And so, rather than seeing this as like the end, you get to somebody moving their fingers and that's the end. Actually, that's a case study of this gigantic possibility. And you see some of it in the books, and some of it, I wrote these things over 10 years ago, most of them. The amount of stuff since then that's kind of melted my brain and thought, oh my God, what else is possible is this, it's astonishing. So yes, it's easy to just say those things, but like go out and do it and see that for yourselves, feel for yourselves. This is an open door.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay. Thanks, James. A little longer than planned. But a little better than planned, probably. So, thank you. I've got a surprise bonus in here that I hadn't originally intended on including in this project. A few days ago, James and I were planning to meet to have this kind of long form conversation about magic and science and perception and a bunch of other things, and record it and decide maybe to do something interesting with it. But as it turned out, on that day, there was a big storm in his area. The internet was spotty. We were both sick, low energy. So we just took some video of him doing psychic surgery and did some commentary on it, just as a way of breaking this down in as many ways as possible. Because I know a lot of people are used to different approaches. So I thought, why not watch James learn? Why not watch Chris learn? Who knows if there's some way of adding stuff to this later? I might add some other people, maybe some complete beginners learning. So I thought the more ways you see it, the better. And so here's James learning as he goes. He went to the UK Hypnosis Convention 2-3 days ago, and just had his friend record a couple parts of it on the side so he could look at it after. And so we did, and it was pretty good. It's James is, I think, one of the reasons he's so powerful in certain circumstances is because he kind of learns from the bottom up. He learns by doing it. And so you kind of get to see a bit of it into his process. And we talk a little bit about, what I would have done and why, and what seemed to work and what didn't. So I hope that's useful, and enjoy. Okay. So here we're back. we had a different conversation planned for today, but just because of some complications with your internet connection and possible storms and stuff, we're going to do something that requires much less bandwidth on your end that we hope to do anyway. So here you are at the UK Hypnosis Convention, and you are trying out psychic surgery, I think for the second time. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. This was the second ever real performance of this.
Yeah. And here you are with an audience of hundreds of professionals who are judging you, I imagine.
Yeah. I decided that the best place to try it out for the second time ever was in front of an audience of my peers.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, different strokes for different folks. Although I'll be honest, I've done this kind of thing a couple times. It's something about high stakes makes it easier to practice for some reason. Anyway, let's dive into this. So I haven't seen this yet, by the way. I just thought, we were talking this morning, wouldn't it be cool to kind of do a Sportsnet thing with you doing like Sportsnet commentary with you doing psychic surgery. Turns out you had just gotten some footage of it. So dive in and see what happens. So here we are. Is there any background or context that people need to understand what they're about to see?
No, this is pretty much a cold open. I mean, the only thing that I've led up to this moment from the lecture point of view, the demonstration, was to simply make a comment about the previous years that I'd been there and how my journey in life had changed. But ultimately, this is pretty much from the moment I say, "Can I have a volunteer, please?" And then this is where we are.
Nice. All right, let's go.
Half step forward. Did you ever play kind of like imagination games as a child? Yeah. So there was one that we used to play where you kind of cracked an egg on top of somebody's head, and they could imagine the egg. You didn't play that one. It's okay. Some people here will understand what I'm talking about. Others won't. But it's really about the idea of an imagination game that I'm interested in, that childlike thing that we play. Yeah, entering that playful space. Do you want to see something and experience something a little bit weird? Obviously. It's strange, fantastic. This is why you're here, let's be honest. Do you know what this is? Before we do this, you're not scared of needles, or do you kind of feel uncomfortable with kind of scalpels and things like that? Some people do. A little bit. You're okay. Yeah. So this is an imaginary scalpel. Okay, with this imaginary scalpel, if it's okay, I'm gonna just cut into you. Are you okay with that? Okay. Brilliant stuff. Okay, so let's just start here.
Okay, so we're already into it. Any thoughts so far? I got a couple little ones.
No, please do share it. I mean, as I said, this was the second time round for me, so whatever you have to offer.
No, yeah. So, so far so good. I know the order with which we bring up things is different, so I like that because it just shows people it's not that important. I also notice that I have an invisible scalpel and you have an imaginary scalpel, and I like both of them in different ways and in different contexts. I'll almost never use imaginary unless I've reframed imagination first. But again, that's just my own take on things, because imagination is kind of a dismissive term usually.
I'll be honest, I think it was just the word that popped into my head as opposed to invisible. There was no... Yeah, given the choice, I would use invisible. Having now had you mention that, I just think in that moment I wasn't thinking and just said imaginary.
Yeah, well, that's how it goes. Yeah, okay, just curious. And it's I will use imaginary. I just tend to be careful with when I use it, because for some people, well, I'm sure we'll get into it. Let's keep going.
Just gonna make a nice little incision all the way down there, and just pop this on the table, and let's just open that up a little bit there, and we're going to start by just taking out the ligament. There we go, and we're going to take out the muscles there and the muscles there, and that bone. Just take the bone out there. Perfect. And I've got here somewhere some bricks, so we're going to start with the brick in there. another one in there, and then one more. We'll just stitch that.
Yeah, you can really see from her shoulder. That's like, I mean, you're holding it, so you can definitely start to feel the weight of it often, but the shoulder is a huge tell of how much somebody is putting into this. And you can see with her, like just the imbalance of her shoulders, that this is not going to be an issue. Like, I haven't watched this before, but I can tell immediately just by the way that her shoulders reacting, she's about to go down at least a bit.
What is interesting is that I'm very much aware that I wasn't really in the moment myself, and I wasn't properly conveying and committing the experience for the other person. So even with me being quite lackluster in my presentation of this, the effect was still quite profound.
Yeah, and I could see, so like the sort of the way you were conveying the lightness of the arm and how quickly you were doing it is very different than the video, and obviously, or than the way I do it. And obviously that's common the first couple times you try something out, or if you're in a new circumstance, you might blaze through it. And so I was noticing that it was happening. But at the same time, she was responding. She had that reaction when you cut open, which is always a really good sign. Sometimes when you're pulling it apart, that's people being ticklish, which is actually good anyway, because it's that kind of emotional investment and other people don't know what's happening. But anyway, yeah, from this, it seems like just her emotional reactions and her physical reactions, this is a perfect situation.
Back up like so. So tell me, how does that feel?
Yep.
How does that feel? Yeah? Kind of weirdly, it's a strange feeling, isn't it? You can try and lift it up, and you can feel the weight of that, and feel the weight of the other arm by comparison. And how does that one feel?
Heavier.
Heavier, okay. So look, what we'll do is I'll just...
Yeah, lovely. I'll often, just to make it more of a contrast, I'll have them like this, and I'll just say, and by the way, lift the other arm, and they lift it. And I don't necessarily say, try to lift this arm. I might or might not. But just casually referring to the other arm always makes a way bigger contrast. And that's often a kind of a laugh and applause point.
Yeah. I mean, I think, again, it's an interesting thing that if they've got the shoulder down and you say specifically, lift your other hand right up into the air,
okay.
Notice how different they feel.
Right.
You know, tell everybody how much different they feel. You're still getting that sense, but you're not drawing. I think that's a good way around it.
Yeah. I mean, often, especially if their shoulders like that, I will say, like, try to lift it up. But it's, So it's actually at this, maybe it's worth saying at this stage, what I'm often doing is, this is my first touch point of feedback of, you know, I've already watched them react to this thing, which can be a good sign, but don't assume too much by how people are reacting, because people are interesting. But then when I feel the weight, that's the moment where I decide, is this going to be, they're either going to go, oh, weird, that's heavier. That's one common reaction, is just like, wow, that's heavier, weird. And it's nothing crazy. But I think everybody, in my experience, will experience, as long as I'm being theatrical and they're kind of in the moment, they'll experience that heaviness. And that's all we need. So, but based on their reaction, if their shoulders down like this, like hers was, if I feel the heaviness in my hand, that's where I'm going to really milk it. And I'm just going to kind of like set it down like a sack of bricks, and their shoulder's going to go, and then I'm going to make a big deal out of it.
Yeah.
Open that up again, and just add one more in there, and we'll just that up again, and just tell me what it feels like.
Even heavier.
Even heavier. Good stuff. Actually, do you mind? We'll open this up. That one out. That one out. That one. I think there's one more in this. Two.
Yeah.
And okay. Oh, here we go. Iron bar. Nice big long iron bar. You ready? And just stitch back again. There. Okay, how does that feel now? Tell me how that feels. Tell me how it feels. What does it feel like?
Yeah. Again, I'm way more physical with the hand when I do it. didn't matter in this case. So like the way it's taught on the video, no matter what their actual physical response is, you kind of create it, and that helps build it. In her case, you know, the way you set it up was perfect. The timing was wonderful. Yeah, I like it.
It was constant. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. And you know, can you move it around? What's the feeling when you try and move that around?
It's a nice feeling.
I think it's interesting maybe to make a point here about how somebody's reaction, just because they don't react overtly in one way, doesn't mean it's not an incredible experience for them. So
Yes.
this girl was very expressive in some directions, but actually in other ways she was like, yeah, that's just an interesting feeling.
Yes.
But speaking to her afterwards, it blew her mind. You know,
Yes.
the whole thing was incredible.
Yes. Yeah, that's often the case. And sometimes it's like you never know the relation, whether the ratio of like how hard the effect is hitting them versus how comfortable they are in front of an audience, for example, and all of the other variables. And I also like, you know, in her, I will see what was she about to say, like it's an interesting feeling or it's a nice feeling? Was that what she's saying?
Well, have a listen.
Okay.
Just gonna open that up again, and then down for a second. And actually,
What did she say?
You might have to go back a moment and hear it again.
yeah, okay. And you know, can you move it around? What's the feeling when you move that around?
It's a nice feeling. She can't move her arm, but it's nice. Again, so some of these things, like if you in the demo videos, you'll see that I'm going through a bit of pains to make it unpleasant for them at this point, because it adds some nice emotional texture. It's all in good fun. You know, I give them, I'm a little manhandling their arm here, but you know, two things. One is, yes, if you do that kind of stuff, like, you know, I'm mirroring their discomfort, that will make it more likely that they're going to say what I expect, but also kind of who cares? Because she, for whatever reason, has an iron bar in her arm. She can't move it, and it's nice. I've never had that reaction before, but it's fine.
But yeah. So it's also down to lost in translation. So with my question of how does that feel,
yeah,
she's not necessarily thinking from the perspective of where is this taking me emotionally.
Right.
She's actually maybe just honing in on the sensation itself. What is this sensation to me? Yeah. It's nice. It's not unpleasant. You know, I'm okay with it. Whereas if I'd have said, you know, does this make sense? Is this blowing your mind? You may well have been like, holy shit, this is crazy.
Yes.
Maybe it's the question that's pushed her into the response.
Yeah. And that's, you know, topic for another time, but we talk about essentially there's moments where you control and there's moments where you let go to have these emergent properties, like people feel and experience and bring things into the demonstration, the effect, the experience that you would never have thought, and it can be beautiful. And so you want to have both. And what I find with whenever you're crossing language barriers, there's way more emergence just because there's way more ambiguity and less ability to control. And so that's just a general good point for people who are doing this across language barriers of, you know, be ready that it's as long as you set things up, it will still work. Just there will be more unexpected. There will be more serendipity. And you may not be, it may be a little harder to track where they're going. I like that elbow.
Put a little chip in there. Got a little microchip here. 1 second. Pop that little microchip in there. We won't set it off yet. I'll just stitch that back up again. I can get you to turn around here. That's fine. I'll just turn it on. There. Okay, perfect. So now, wonderful. I want you to just look at your little finger here. Just watch what happens to your little finger as mine starts to bend. Can you feel yours just starting to twitch a little? Yeah. And then your thumb. You feel that in your thumb? A little finger. So we start with a little finger. Hang on a second. Usually.
So we only have one angle here. How was she? How did you feel she was responding, or what was happening here?
So the responses were quite small, but I also didn't necessarily set up the expectation of this synchronized frame. That it was only really after the fact that I thought, well, actually, I wasn't really making this clear that we were making a connection and that we were setting this connection up. So I think it took a while for to understand what was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
But then as you watch this through, those things can't kind of step up to then, you know, where it gets to the end and you see her response to that, and it's a wonderful response.
Nice.
But a lot of this was about me learning how to better guide and frame the moment, so that it was a clearer story to follow rather than, you know, not quite sure what their part to play is.
Yeah, and I like that. Yes, I like that people get to see this, because you're just kind of like, you plow into it and then you're kind of correcting as you go. And I think one of the things people are going to struggle with is kind of overcorrecting at the beginning to do everything right. And you're sort of doing the reverse of plowing into it, noticing what you didn't do, and then correcting afterwards. Yeah.
It's a little bit stronger when we bring it this way. So, little finger. You feel that? There it goes. Takes a second.
Nice.
And we can start moving the thumb now. There we are. And look, if we come up, just watch what yours wants to do. There we are. Now we can kind of connect these together really well.
Right. Nice.
So there we are. Here we go. Now we've got that connection. So we can just start to bring the fingers in. Watch on the turn as well.
There's a really lovely moment when you take, so to start with, there's a little bit of help going under the elbow, just a little bit of help. And there's a lovely moment where you just take the help away and it's now just moving freely. And again, you get another little physical kickback, a little sensation that tells you, yeah, we're here. We're in this good territory again.
Yes.
So I found that even on that one occasion, I found that a really useful moment to go, okay, wonderful, we're here.
Yeah.
We can develop this further.
Yeah, and there's a, like, just knowing the technique, there's a little bit of giddiness when you see your hands here and then your fingers come out and her hand keeps going, and I'm like, yeah. It also it made me think of how, so you had done this thing beforehand, which I never used to do. This was me picking up psychic surgery after years where I was like, just kind of started doing that. It actually helped a lot, where you're kind of conditioning them with the up and down. And I think I cover it in the video, but I'll say it anyway. What's really useful is you do this a couple times, you make it real, you're playing with their fingers, but then when you go to turn their hand, you can lead a little bit here. And this part actually is almost conditioning them to respond to your physical communication. And you know, what I used to do, like if you look at that old video of me in a bar, you'll see that I kind of work up to it, and it takes a long time to get to a place where they're like this. Whereas being a little more assertive here actually helps a ton.
Well, I had actually thought prior to this call, because I've thought about it a lot since that one occasion.
Yeah.
But that idea of right at the beginning of the whole experience of actually starting to program down here, to almost very openly just say, look, I completely control your hand.
Yeah.
So not hiding the fact that you're doing all this touching, but having pre-programmed the movements. That I thought was quite a nice little thought process.
Yes, and that is, maybe we'll add this to the, if I update the product, I didn't have a chance to do it now, but I guess I'll tip for anyone who's interested enough to have made it this far. In Reality as an Art, I talk about how conditioning them so that what they close their eyes and like this happens. And essentially that's what I'm doing is conditioning them so that every time I do a certain touch, I'm doing something with my other hand. So unconsciously they're following, though they don't know if they're following. And so that, from what you're saying, it's like you could almost from the beginning just be way more direct about what you're doing. You're not trying to trick them into it. You're leading them and you're getting them used to being led, so that by the time, I wish I could let people feel what I'm feeling here. It's like you're up, down, and then there's just this tiny, tiny little pressure here that causes it to flop over when they're really in the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's worth exploring more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There it goes. There it
Nice.
goes. Just
Yeah. And there she is.
there it goes. And we just come down here with me, and I just turn that off as well. Just going to open this back up and take that chip out. We don't need that. Actually, I wonder if we just put that chip back in a second and just see if we, that kind of that sort of fizzly feeling, that like funny thing when you push it and you can feel it relax you all the way.
I don't maybe.
All right, you push it yourself and tell me what happens when you push the button. You should get a feeling that starts in here somewhere.
Maybe.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Take it away. We'll just cut that out. Take it out. And while we're here, we'll pop back the tendon there and there. Pop the bone back in and add the muscles and give that a little stitch up, and then everything should feel normal again.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Ta-da.
So that bit at the end was just me on the spur of the moment, just wondering something, but not really having a clear idea or thought. It wasn't well communicated, and it was easy enough just to step straight back out of without anybody noticing that it had really happened.
Yes.
So yeah, that was mostly a case of, I thought, okay, I wonder where we are.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But I liked it, and I think I know what you're going. Sorry, what?
I was just going to say, overall, doing it again was really great fun, and the second I'd done it, I was thinking, right, I straight away I know there were certain things that I wasn't doing.
Yes.
That I should, and also very much aware that I hadn't necessarily done a specific order in the way that you would have done. Not because I was doing it my own way, but simply because I was just in the moment thinking differently.
Yeah.
So.
But that's kind of why I love it. Like this is why by time number 10, you're going to be a monster, because like, I don't know, here you can being a monster or something is a good thing. Like, to be clear, I don't know how that translates. But yeah, because you described your first one to me. It sounded like it went super well, and you added a bunch of variations and stuff, but it was a smaller audience. Then you try it number 2 with a big audience. You even try a couple things new. And you're kind of getting it. Like, what I noticed about you is often instead of practicing a bunch, you kind of just start doing it until a few times in, it's sort of in your bones, and it's almost like the emotional beats rather than the actual correct physical sequence. And I think that'll be really useful for a lot of people who are transitioning out of something where you have to kind of control the sequence to something where here you're communicating an idea and they got to see you. I should definitely stop my share because we're just using this little box. They get to see you just kind of throw stuff out in the general order that you kind of know it's supposed to be ish. And then when you're not communicating the thing that you want, you shift and you're able to catch it. And I think the arms part was perfect, a perfect example of that, of all the stuff we talked about on the video and even more in the book. You pretty much only do this, but then you're able to kind of catch where she's not hearing you or getting the idea. And then you sort of subtly imply that now there's a connection.
Yeah. I think with most of the stuff I do, I want to try and get as quickly to the idea of it feeling right rather than anything else. So, you know, that's why I tend to throw myself into doing something because I want to get to that intuitive sense of, oh, I can tell what the difference is between it working and not working, and it's this subtle thing.
Yeah,
and that for me, that's a much better barometer for where I am with something. The rest of it can come later. It just needs to feel like the right thing.
Yeah, I like that, and I think, you know, for somebody who hasn't done it a million times like you, not this specifically, but that kind of thing. I think a good example of that barometer is, as we discussed at the beginning, you cut them open, you put in the bricks, and you're kind of able to feel by the weight of their arm, by the tension of like how uncomfortable they are, by the tilt of their shoulder, that this is going to be a good one. It's always going to happen, but this is going to be a good one.
It's a bit like, to me, in my head, I was thinking, and like, because I've done it a few times subsequently, and in my head, I'm thinking, but in that moment, I'm thinking, I'm going with the brick. Are you coming with me? So do I get a sense where you're totally coming with me, fully coming with me, or is there resistance against that?
Yes.
Or are you playing into it too much? What I want to know is, in this moment, are you and I both feeling this moment as the brick goes in? And I can tell whether you are or not. So yeah, I found that's a really good barometer for me. Are you coming with me on the brick? Straight away, is that the physical sensation tells me, okay, we're in the same space here. There's no resistance to this at all, and that I found again, and hence why it's important to commit to the brick.
Yeah,
because if I commit to the brick, I then get to feel whether you come with me or not. If I'm not committing, then I can't tell what your feeling means. There's nothing to gauge it against, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I like commit to the brick. That'll be my hashtag for the promotion. No, but I like that, and I like that idea of in that first stage, it's not even like, am I doing it right? It's if I'm doing this to you, we're only going to get halfway there. So you're really kind of thinking of, are you doing this with me? And and so within the playfulness of your interaction, you can kind of coax them to be like, you know, but this time I'm going to really put in the bricks, though, right?
It's almost like, and whilst you wouldn't say this to them, it's almost like you're saying to them, I'm going to put this brick into my arm. Are you willing to experience the same thing? Are you willing to join me in the experience of what this feels like as we place this brick in our collective arm? And maybe that's it. Maybe it's this idea of, this is now our collective arm. I'm going to feel the brick going into it. Are you going to join me in that experience? And if you are, then it becomes your arm, and you move forwards.
It's true. And I just tested myself now, and like, when I do put in the brick in someone else's arm, I feel my arm get heavier. Just complete, like, I'm just bought into it. I'm communicating with my mind and my body, and as I put the brick in, I'm feeling my arm, and it's getting heavier as I hold their heavy ass arm, to the point where I drop it, and there's like, I'm kind of dropping my heavy arm, and theirs is getting extra heavy because I'm not holding it anymore. So it is, it's not like it's not like something you have to rehearse. It's more of like, if I'm putting a brick in their arm, am I ready to imagine that I'm holding a heavier arm? Because if I am, then I'm communicating at way more levels than just, hey, your arm's getting heavy. Yeah, absolutely. I've got a little thought that I want to share with you after the recording. You've made me think, but we'll save that for later. Yeah, I'm making.
I really enjoyed performing it again. I will definitely take into account just having a clearer structure in my head of conveying what it is that I want to convey, and sort of acting into it more than I was the first time round. I think for me, maybe just the more you do it, the more in tune you start to get with those little ways that people move and steer it along. But it was a good fun thing to do.
Well, and we'll close ish with a kind of follow up of, so you did it once, you did it here. You were clearly experimenting and seeing, how it feels. So you've done it a few times since. Did you learn anything from that, or is there anything you'd share with people who are just picking it up?
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing is that the more I start to learn how to physically respond to the brick, and the better I communicate that on that physical level, and through my belief, the better the tie-in at the early stages, and even down to when you put the iron bar up into the arm, it's not just good enough that you mime an iron bar.
Yeah,
you kind of have to really think and feel and experience what it would be like. You are pushing an iron bar up, and what I would expect to happen if I literally pushed an iron bar up somebody's arm is what I then get from them in their response.
Yes.
So the more I commit to the reality of it, the better the experience is. And I think there's a huge amount to be learned from that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. It's almost like,
but not over egging it either, by the way. So the part of it is I don't need to verbally overcook this at all. It's just about, in my head, am I thinking and feeling what I would be doing if it were real?
Yeah. And you're not saying imagine it getting heavier, imagine it getting lighter kind of thing. You're just doing it. It makes me think of, when I think of the interaction, it's almost like you're in a Bugs Bunny cartoon or something, because you're doing this awful thing to a person, but they're going to be fine. And it's kind of hilarious as you do it. It's like, you're tying a bomb to their ankle, and you're just going to blow them up, and they're going to fall back down. And they'll be fine. It has that kind of like reality of, yes, I'm doing this awful thing to you, but levity of, this is absurd though, right? And even when they do, like I was reviewing some videos from 10 years ago of me doing this 13 years ago of me doing this in a science class. I did some lectures, some psych lectures, and there were some people, I don't know what I was doing in that early phase that was different, but a lot of people were like, ouch, when I hit them with the scalpel, and I'd just be like, all right, I'll do it a little different this time, it won't hurt, whatever. But there's like, even though it's very cartoonish of like, you're doing this awful thing to a person, they're enjoying it. When in the rare cases it actually does hurt, they're like, okay, do it again, but this time don't hurt me when you cut me open. Which is just interesting.
But maybe some of that is what I went on to say in the talk that I gave, which is this idea that when we know inherently that we're in the safe space of this playground of our mind, when we're playing these imagination games, we can commit more fully to the emotional investment of them because we know it's a game. You can allow yourself to be more scared in a cinema than you would necessarily allow yourself to be in real life, because there are other constraints to that. So I do think there is something really beneficial about entering people into this fun, playful space that we all know this isn't real, yet we can then get incredibly excited about how real we've just made it for ourselves. And maybe some of the reaction that people have is they're quite spooked almost by how vividly they've just been able to imagine something that they knew wasn't real.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's good. I'm still kind of reeling from the idea, which is totally true now that I think of it, like watching Friday the 13th can be scarier than being attacked by Jason, because when you're being attacked by Jason, there's derealization and dissociation, and there's like all these other responses. We're going a little far afield from
Yeah,
imagine.
but it's true. In
Yeah.
real life is messy and complicated.
Yes.
Whereas when you go into a cinema, you can go, right, I'm just
very
going to
pure.
focus on this sensation of fear, and I'm going to explore what that sensation feels like. But because I'm in the cinema and I know I'm safe,
Yes.
I can allow myself to be thrown over the edge of that experience. But in real life, there's all this other stuff that's way more overpowering going on, which would get in the way of the experience. Or the imagined experience. So yeah, I think there's something powerful in that.
Absolutely. And it, it makes me think of the kind of two things, because so much of this, you can kind of throw it away as a trick or a suggestion or whatever. But like in a certain sense, it is allowing us to tap into something more pure, and people can, there is something very powerful and empowering about fully feeling this extent of emotions that you only can when you're in the safe enough place to do it, and creating a show, a playful space where people can experience things. That's where they do it. It's like, I don't think you should necessarily do therapy on a stage, but a play can be therapeutic, and part of it's because you are showing up in this way. And when you look at, so I was in Europe for a month, and I was, because I had just done psychic surgery for the first time in years, I was cutting everybody, and you could like the excitement and the joy and the disbelief that people were having over this thing that I had kind of written off in my own mind, because I was like, oh, I have other stuff now that's better than this, but this, like, just there's something about the playfulness of it that I think allows people to have those experiences, and they're real. But this, I was going to say the second side, but go ahead.
No, carry on first, please.
Well, the second side of it is kind of calling back to what we talked about with experiencing your own hand get heavy, that you kind of have to go first and experience this as a playful and safe-ish space. He says, not silencing his notifications to create a safe space for an interview. But yeah, so there is an element of, like, when I'm playful and I'm like, I'm going to cut you, it allows you to playfully be hurt. Not that that's the goal, but so it's
but that might be the goal in that moment for that person, to actually have that playful experience, which is why I think this is a beautiful thing of leaving that thing open.
Yeah,
I would say that I think we also have to be careful of not going too far in the opposite direction.
Right.
That the moment we start to do it for the sake of the response we're getting is the moment we start to not get the responses. I think that it's a bit like play for the sake of play.
Yes.
That when we play into this, we get these amazing moments of reactions. But when we start to kind of almost get the power out of that moment and start thinking, oh, I can make you do these hilarious things and feel out of control, I think then it loses its moment. It loses its mojo.
Yeah, and there is something about that where, you'll do something like this and you create the right environment and you have the right vibe, and you come up and you're like, you afraid of needles? And they kind of, and you joke about it, you cut them open, and then afterwards they come up after the show and they're like, I've been afraid of needles my whole life. This was such an amazing experience for me. And you're kind of like, you just have to take it in. But then if you get in your head about it, and next time you're like, does anyone have any needle fear? Come up here. And you do the same thing. It doesn't, it's like where you're coming from, your expectations, even the fact that, like, you don't know what made the first person engage specifically, or what allowed them to feel a fear of needles and then say, you know what, I'm going to do this. And so there's a lot of that mojo that is possibly not in the circumstance because of your intention and the way you framed it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, love it. Love it.
Yeah. That's a little far afield from this, but I think it's really relevant, especially in the context of the conversation we didn't have today because of internet issues. Why does this stuff matter? Why is it important? What's possible? And I think this is a great example of how, like, even though psychic surgery is this little kid's game that is when you think of it one way, crazy impressive. You're playing with all the tools of the mind. You think of it another way, and it's just like this sequence of silly things. But then from both sides, you kind of have to realize that, oh wait, this is talking about like this huge untapped potential, and this sequence of silly things is a beautiful open door into that potential, while also being a sequence of silly things. And I just kind of love that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, love it. Brilliant.
Right. Leave it there.
Perfect.
Thanks, James.
Perfect.
There's all these little strange games you play. Like, have you ever, crisscross applesauce? Break an egg on your head? No?
I haven't started to do it. Like that, you have to do it.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So, we're doing a project where we kind of work with the idea of these games and how they show how our minds and bodies work. So it's like magic, but it's also real. So that's what we're gonna do. Are you cool with that?
Sure.
It's gonna be a little bit strange. Is that okay?
That's okay. That's
okay.
fine.
So here's what we're gonna do. How do you feel about needles?
Never give too much thought, but I'm not afraid of it.
Okay. All right. Have you seen one of these before? It's an invisible scalpel.
Okay.
You know what a scalpel is?
Yes, I've never seen one.
Okay. So you use this to cut people open. Can I cut you open with this?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna take this scalpel. It's like a very sharp knife. I'm gonna cut you open. Cool. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna cut you open like this. Gonna open up your skin. Okay. And I'm gonna reach in. This will be a little bit weird. Take out the muscle. Take out the tendons and the ligaments in here. Take out the bone. And I'm gonna put in a brick. Another heavy brick. Another brick made completely out of stone. I'm gonna sew you back up. How does your arm feel? Heavy?
Heavier than my left one.
Yes. That's very heavy, yeah. Try lifting them both, see how it feels.
Yeah, it's strange.
Yeah. Here, I'll open you back up. Take out this brick. Take out this brick. Take out another brick here. And I'm gonna put in an iron bar, a bar made out of metal. If I have one. Oh, I have one. Yeah. I'm gonna take it, I'm gonna put it in your arm like this. Do you feel that? Mm-hmm. There we go. Sew that in. What's that feel like?
Maybe similar to how it felt before.
Yeah. But it feel tight and stiff?
Sure.
Oh, weird. Here, we'll do one more. Now this is where it gets very strange. Is that okay? So I'm going to take out this part. There. Back. I'm going to set you up part way. I'm going to leave some space. Do you know what a microchip is?
I've heard about them, yes.
So I'm going to put in a little microchip, a little computer, into your arm. You know what this does? Hold on. I'll finish sewing this up. So this is a little microchip.
Okay.
And this is about connecting our arms together. Okay, so I'm going to turn it on. There. And you can see that our arms are actually kind of connected. In fact, look at your pinky right here.
Yes.
Notice what it wants to do when I move my pinky. What does your pinky want to do? Strange, right? Oh. Weird, right? Now what if I move my thumb? What is your thumb? Weird, right? And what if I lift my arm? Do you feel yours wanting to lift?
Yeah.
If I turn mine, do you feel?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Good, right? Here. And one more time, let's see if. Weird, right? Right, turn that off. Cut this open. I'll take out this chip, put it away, and also I'm going to open this up because you know what we need to do.
What do you need to do?
Put everything back.
Sure.
So you can take your bone, and put that bone back in there. Tendons, your ligaments, and oh, your muscles. Thank you. That was a close call. And sew this back up. How's your hand feel?
Back to normal.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you were playing with my mind the whole time.
We were playing with your mind. It only works when you decide that you want to experience it.
No, I got it.
Yeah.
I can feel it.
Yes. What was that like?
I'd say a little bit mind blowing at the same time coinvolgent. What's the word for coinvolgent? It felt like I was taken away from what you were saying, believing in what you were doing, and I did actually happen. Do you get what I mean?
No.
With the words you said, the phrases you were trying to put in my head, I felt like it was really happening.
Yeah.
And it was making me do certain things.
Interesting. Well, you were in control the whole time, but it's a very interesting experience.
I help you out with your business.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're gonna start out. You might have seen one of these earlier, but do you know what this is? An invisible scalpel.
Okay.
How do you feel about like injections or getting cut?
I'm fine.
You're fine. How many fine people are we meeting today? Most people are uncomfortable. Okay, so I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna cut open your arm here. Oh, sorry. Okay. Open that up. I'm gonna take out the muscles. I'm gonna put these behind you. Don't worry, they'll be safe.
Alright.
Okay. Take out the ligaments and tendons. And I'm gonna take out the bone. And I'm gonna put in one of my bricks. Another brick. And one more brick there. Sew that back up. How's that feel? Happy? Do you want to feel what it's another brick even?
Yeah.
How much? Okay, I'll put in even another. Okay, relax a bit. Take this, put in that brick there. How's that feel?
Crazy.
Great, right? All right, open this guy up. Here, take out your brick. Don't worry, I'm putting them separate from everything else. Take out that brick. And I'm gonna put in metal bar. Just hold on. There. Sew that back up. How's that feel? Feels stiff?
Cool. That's
Cool.
really cool.
What does it feel like in here?
I feel like it's tight.
Yeah. The whole arm's tight. I mean, of course. There's a bar in here now. Take this out. And this is where it gets really weird. Is that all right?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna take this little microchip, put it right here. I'm gonna sew you up. Okay. Come behind here. We'll turn it on. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so now watch. If I start to move my pinky, feel what yours wants to do. Feel that right there? Yeah, let it happen. Weird, right? It's cool. Yeah. And if I relax, oh, there it is.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Crazy.
And even if I push here, it's almost like yours wants to follow.
Yeah. Fucking sick.
Yeah. Now watch. If I come here, wait, let's start this way. If I come here and I lift up, what does yours want to do?
It's cool.
Yeah? Yeah. You can test. You can test. You can test. But come back for a second just so you can feel. Because watch. If I turn. What about your in there? If I.
So this is a nerve system.
Yeah. Turn that off. Cut this open. Take this out. And of course, yeah. You want to stay? Okay. Come stay around. We're almost done. There. I'll. I already got this. So I'm gonna take your. What we got here? Your bone. Put that back in. Your muscles. And your ligaments and your tendons. Make sure those arms feel the same. Yeah? You gonna feel? A little bit.
What?
Oh, by the way, just he doesn't know what's going on. How would you describe that just without giving too much away?
Cool. Yeah. Enlighten me, please.
All right. Okay, so I just need a place. You know what? I'll use my bag.
Over here?
So this is going to be a little bit strange. Is that okay?
All right.
Yeah, you'll have a story. Here, I'll take this out. Have you ever seen one of these before?
What, 2 fingers? I've seen that before.
Okay, so if you look closely, the 2 fingers are actually holding an invisible scalpel.
Okay.
How do you feel about like giving blood and getting poked and that kind
I've donated, and I have tattoos, so I'm okay with it.
Okay, all right, so you're an old hand. So I'm gonna take this scalpel, and if it's okay, I'm gonna use it to cut open your arm. Is that all right?
Go ahead.
Yeah? Okay. Just tell me if this is too much. I'm just gonna cut this open like this. There. Do you mind holding something for me? Do you have a minute? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm gonna open this guy's arm up.
Somewhere, right?
I'm gonna take out his muscles. Sorry.
Where's your echo?
You hold it, yeah, please. We'll take out his ligaments and tendons. And I'm gonna take out his bones. You all right? Okay, all right.
It's weird though. It's weird.
Yeah. All right. And I'm gonna take a brick. I'm gonna put in a brick. Another brick. And one more brick. And we'll sew this guy back up. How does that feel?
Oh, it's heavy. Yo, that's dope. Yeah, definitely feel that.
Yeah.
That's definitely, it's the way the arm is positioned, huh?
Well, but put your arms next to each other. You feel this one's super, like I can even feel this one's heavier when I hold it.
Yep.
Like, oh, I
Definitely.
don't do anything, but someone else could feel. Here, I'll open this guy up. And if you were somebody who was not like, oh, it feels heavier, but maybe this arm maybe you bowl with your left arm.
Right.
But when I take it out, you'll see for sure. Watch. I guess I don't really need these anymore. It's different again, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want to go a little further?
Let's go. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take an iron bar.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna stick this guy in here.
Okay.
Okay, there. Sew that up. Okay, how's that feel?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's tight too, man.
Yeah, it's tight. It's tight as fuck. Dope. That's weird. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Here, I could even, if you want, I put one with little joints in it. I can make it. Do you want me to make it nice and stiff, so you can feel what that's like? Here, I'll put in one. It's completely stiff. Got another one. And we'll put this guy right in, up to the joint. You feel that? All the way up there. Sew that up. Now feel what that's like.
It's weird as fuck. Yeah, but it's hard to describe. But it's like you can feel like that. It's like I don't know if it's resistance or some type of like weight. You can feel like it,
Yeah.
it's weird as shit.
Yeah.
Like, that arm's heavy. Yeah, definitely heavy.
Yeah. Open that up.
It's weird.
Now this is gonna be a little bit weirder. I'll take
Okay.
this guy out.
Yeah.
Don't lose it. Are you holding something in your hand?
Yeah.
Thank you. This is an important job. You can try this after if you want.
Yes, please.
Okay. So make sure this is nice and clear.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a little. Can you come over to this side?
Yep.
Take a little microchip. It's going to help us to connect your arm to mine. We'll sew this guy up. Okay, now this is going to be very strange, but that's all right, because I'm going to turn it on. And yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, I'm turning it on. And now watch. So when I raise my arm, yours wants to, but that's not going to be convincing yet. Look at my pinky.
Right.
And when I push my pinky, do you see what yours wants to do? You feel that?
Yo, that's weird.
Yeah.
Bro. Yo, that's some freaky shit right there, man.
All right. That gets weirder though, because if I raise my arm, what does yours want to do?
Slightly go up.
Yeah?
Naturally.
Naturally.
Yo, that's fucking...
If I drop it. But if I go up again, you feel that?
You are the goddamn devil, man. I don't know what you are.
Turn that off. Open this up. I'll take this out for you.
That's weird. You know something that a lot of people don't.
Well, a few things. I think we all do. You know, sorry to leave this open a little bit, but right now, this one has some stuff in it. This is missing some stuff. Can you feel that these aren't quite the same?
Right.
Yeah, like this one to me is lighter. Feel?
Yeah.
Yeah, weird, right?
You're right. This one does.
Yeah.
All right.
Because it's missing. Excuse me. Is it in your pockets? Where are they?
Here.
No, thank you. All right, open this up. Can I get the bone?
Yep.
Okay. That bone back in. We'll take the ligaments, tendons too. Those are important. And we'll take the muscles. Those muscles back in. And sew this guy up. Okay. Break that off. Now make sure. Nice and same.
Yes. Like nothing never happened to me. This guy, he knows some things, man. He knows some things. Dope. So what's the secret behind that, if I can ask?
Magic. Technically speaking. I don't, you know, it's
it doesn't have nothing to do with like the way the arm is positioned for X amount of time. I feel like that would, or like the way you know, touch the like certain places.
We could, if he wants to experience it, I could test all of those things as it's happening. If you're up for it. All right. So you ready?
Yep.
Okay. So you saw this a moment ago.
Yep.
An invisible scalpel.
Yep.
Now, how do you feel about getting poked or stabbed? Is that uncomfortable?
No problem.
Completely fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Then let's turn you this way a bit. We're gonna cut you open here. Some people feel a little sting, but a lot of people it's just like a thumb. It's fine. I'm gonna open up your skin. Okay. And I'm going to take out. Okay, I'm gonna put him on the floor. That's all right. I'm gonna take out your muscle. Take out your ligament, your tendon. And I'm gonna take out your bone. I'm gonna take a brick. Put that brick in. A brick. Put that brick in. And one more brick there. Tie you back, sew you back up here. Hey, what's that feel like?
Heavier. Why?
Good question.
Because of it. Yeah, and moving the arms feels much more heavier.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, gonna open this back up. You turn this way a little bit.
Yeah.
And we're going to, already opened it up. We take this, and I'm gonna take out this brick. Right there. This brick. And this brick here. And I'm gonna take an iron bar. Yeah, big piece of metal. You can just put that right in there. There. We'll sew that back up. How's that feel?
Why? It's like, it's much more complicated to and to twist also. I can.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, you see, it's because there's a metal bar in here. Yeah, so that's the problem. The crazy thing is, once I take it out, want to make it a little bit stranger?
Yeah, please.
Okay. I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna put this microchip in here. So this is gonna connect our two arms. And let me just sew this up a little bit here. So now that it's in, I'm gonna turn it on. Yeah, okay. There we go, it's on. So look at my thumb. See? Weird, right? Look at your pinky.
Why?
Yeah, let it happen. And what about this guy here? We could even go like this, watch. Feel that?
It's like moving by his own feet.
Yeah. What? Nice. I'll even leave it here. Look at your finger. What? Gonna lower it down. Come in behind here. Yep, take this out.
Yep.
Your hand is yours again. And open it all the way. And we're going to open this up. And before we stop, do these feel the same?
No.
No, because this one's missing something.
Yeah. This is like natural and this no.
Yeah. I'll help you out. Here's your bone. There's your ligaments and tendons.
Yeah.
There's your muscles. Sew that back up.
This is incredible. How the fuck did you do this?
Do you want to get some reaction?
Just get a couple quick rows and talk to him.
So what was that like?
It was like when you put the metal bar.
Yeah.
I feel like it goes all through the elbow. No, this is there.
Yeah. The shoulder.
The shoulders.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And it was like all metal. I can't like move more than this. It was really weird. Like when you take off the bones and everything, I feel much more like I don't have arm. Like like I don't feel it.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it. It's incredible.
Yeah.
How do you do it? Magic.
Magic.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah. Would you say that you believe in this kind of thing?
I didn't believe in these kind of things, but I don't know how to do it, so I have to believe. I mean, if I see another one doing to another one, I'm like, okay, it's prepared. But when you put the metal bar, it was like, okay, I can move my arm. I mean, it was incredible, and also twisted. I feel that I can twist my arm.
Yeah.
Now I feel weird with my hand. I don't know if it's everything in
Sometimes it takes a minute, but it feels mostly normal.
Yeah, and the shoulder, the elbow also, you didn't touch it, but it was like...
Well, the bar went up.
It's heavier when it's... I don't know. It's really cool.
Cool. So, have you seen one of these before?
No.
This is an invisible scalpel. It's like a scalpel, but it's invisible. If it's all right, Marie, I'm gonna use this to cut open your arm.
Okay.
A little bit, yeah? Okay. Okay. So, just tell me if anything's too uncomfortable.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna cut this open like this. Okay. Got it? I'm gonna pull back your skin here. And it's a little bit weird, but I'm gonna take out your muscles here. And could I put these in your bag? Yeah, I'm gonna put it there. Take out your ligaments and tendons. And
Hold my body.
take out your body. Yes, a body bag now. Put that in there. And I'm gonna put in a brick. Put that brick in there. And take another brick. Put that there. And one more brick. Put that right in there. And I'll sew this back up. How's that feel?
Not different at all.
Not different at all. Okay, let's do one more. Brick, you cool with that? Are you cool with this being a weirdly heavy brick?
Yeah.
Okay, so relax for a second. And I'm gonna put in that brick right there. And sew this back up. Different for everyone. How's that feel?
It feels like my muscle is bulked up.
Now that is the bricks in there. It tends to make you very strong. Move your arm. How's it feel having a bulked muscle?
Odd.
Odd? Well, drink your milk. Go to the gym. All right. Let me take out this brick. I don't really need that again. It's like a biohazard. And one more like this. Sounds a little bit strange. Can I put it in an iron bar? Yeah? Okay. Take this. I'll just put that right in there. How does that feel?
Restricted.
Restricted. Kind of, does it feel, I mean, have you had an iron bar in your arm before? Does it feel kind of like that?
It feels like an inside cast.
An inside, wow. And you're a poet too. You didn't tell me this. And you're a poet too. You didn't tell me this. Okay. Open up. Take out the iron bar. You're winning the award for giving him the most like quizzical looks today of like. Oh. Good thing you guys didn't go. I'm gonna sew this up for now, so we don't want to leave it open too long. Bacteria, other stuff. You got what you missed?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I wasn't missing anything. You thought I was.
Oh, okay. So we can do one more, but it gets a little bit weirder. Is that all right?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Then let's make a little incision again.
Jeez, is my scar tissue gonna be the same after this?
It's gonna look really cool. They're like just the coolest. Okay, I'm gonna take this microchip, put it in here, and I'm gonna sew this back up. And the thing about this microchip here is when I turn it on, just relax your arm for a second. Yeah, perfect. This is actually about connecting our two arms together. So just look at your arm. Yeah, turn it on. Now wait, just relax for a second. Now watch what happens if I pull my pinky. What does yours want to do?
Nothing.
Nothing? You feel that build up right here? Watch. Yeah? See that?
The base, I feel it.
Yeah, so let it happen. Yeah? Wait, watch. You feel it kind of on its own, hey? Weird, right? And the thing is, if we made a good connection, and I go like this, do you feel your arm wanting to lift up here?
I feel my thumb wanting to lift.
It's a start. Now let's see if the arm follows the thumb. You feel that? Weird, right? Relax down. Again. Weird, right? Okay. Come on. Open this up. Take out this chip. And I almost sewed you back up, but you're missing something. Okay. Take your bone, put it back in there. Take your muscles, put it back in there. And your ligaments and tendons. Put them back in. Sew this up. And do you want me to like write anything cool, like scar-wise?
Sure.
Like what?
What comes to mind?
Cool scar, but that's not a cool, like I don't want to let you in on a secret, but I'm not that cool. So what do you think? What do you think would be a good scar?
Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn.
All right.
Is that yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Harley Quinn or just Harley? Because if you get into bikes
Harley.
later, you
Harley.
could, yeah, it's versatile. Oh. All right. Oh, and I should probably make sure at least the main part is sewed up. Make sure your arms feel the same. Yeah? Okay. Thank you very much.